You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off for Ned. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. First and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Colts.
Slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punts the ball into the stands.
Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show. Every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern, you'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM W.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today, we go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important it is? Trying to save the pump up. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key. And simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing.
You're not asking to get paid what the men get paid. We're asking to get paid the same percentage of revenue.
You want to get paid the same percentage in revenue as the NBA players? You're going to regret that. Let me show you why. The average WNBA player's salary is $113,000, and the average NBA player's salary is $9.7 million. The NBA's league revenue is $10 billion, and the league revenue for the WNBA is $60 million. Which is 100% subsidized by the NBA because the WNBA is a failed organization. We see that WNBA players are making twice what NBA players are making. So you're going to have to cut your salary by half if you want to make the same percentage revenue that the NBA players are making. Dang, equality. Not so nice when it's not convenient for you.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Hope you are having a great Football Friday, and we're going to get into it today. Fridays, we're going to talk the lines of your college football, the NFL. We're going to get into a lot of things here in hour number one. Hour number two, because we're getting you set for Game 5 of the ALCS. Braves country today will come your way. We're going to talk a little Atlanta Braves offseason rumors and moves that need to be made and what we think is going to happen. But let's get into the National Football League. Before we do want to make sure that we congratulate the champions of the WNBA. I'm joking. I have no idea who won that crap. All right, let's get into the NFL. Let's get it. All right, we're talking lines today because really that's the only thing that anybody cares about, right? I mean, come on. It's the lines of the NFL. That's all we care about. We'll do college football in the next segment. We will talk about the actual games in those. And, of course, remember, Saturday mornings, we come your way 10 a.m. to noon right here on the Key. Armchair Quarterbacks Kickoff Show, and I'll have all the guys with me. For those of y'all that normally catch us on YouTube around 9:30, we're starting it a little later tomorrow right at 10 o'clock, essentially. I've got a couple of guys that are out that are not going to be able to make it. So just so everyone didn't have to do yeoman's work, we're going to do the show 10 to noon tomorrow. So anyways, let's get into the National Football League. And by the way, that show will be on our new YouTube channel, Armchair QB Radio, youtube.com/@Armchair QB We will share it to our Braves Country Radio YouTube channel. There's just a lot of reasons. Won't get into it, but essentially, it's been branding issues that the powers that be suggested that we kind of separate the two shows. So fair enough. All right, let's get into what is getting down and getting ugly in the National Football League. Gotta look at some of these lines going into the weekend. And there's some that jump out at me, and there's some that I do want to stay away from. We're going to go through them, and then I will give you my locks. I'm going to give you a six-pack to go today here on Football Friday. All right. First of all, let's get into – we're going to go local first. Atlanta getting 2.5 at the Buccaneers. The over-under's 37. There's nothing about this game that I like. I don't feel like either Atlanta or Tampa Bay are very good. They don't get very good quarterback play. If I was going to lean one way, I'd probably go Buccaneers. But honest engine, the Buccaneers are not that good of a team where if a turnover here, some bad penalties, whatever, they're not good enough to overcome it even though they're at home. They're a very below average football team. I think they're a touch better than the Falcons right now, but that's mainly just because Ritter hasn't been in at quarterback. So I'm steering clear of this game. The over-under is 37. If it was a little higher, I would actually be looking for the under. I think this is going to be an old-fashioned, just clumsy game where the winner of this game, it's somewhere. I still feel like the under is going to hit. I don't know how you're going to get 20 to, essentially what you're calling for here is a 20-17 victory, one way or the other. And I don't believe either offense are going to move on the defense. I really see the winner of this game being more like 13-10, 16-12 type of game. But I don't feel comfortable enough about it to do anything but stay away from it. The next game on the docket are the Buffalo Bills giving up a touchdown at New England. The over-under is 41. And I know what most of you folks are saying. You're saying, look, Bill Belichick's a great coach. He's going to figure it out. There's no way they're going to continue to be this bad. And they're at home. They're backed in the corner. And let's go. Let's get it. You realize since that debacle in the playoff game a couple of years ago, where they got blown out by Buffalo, New England has not played a competitive game against the Buffalo Bills. I don't think it starts again. I'm going to lay that touchdown. I'm going to take the Buffalo Bills. It's one of my favorite teasers of the weekend to grab Buffalo and anything else that you like. Buffalo, they won, but they played a bad, sloppy game on Sunday night. And that's why this line is as low as it is. It should not be this low, y'all. This line should be every bit of double digits. New England has been awful this year. And I would just be really, really surprised if Buffalo didn't go in there and just blow their doors off. So give me Buffalo -7. And then we head to Indianapolis, where the Cleveland Browns are taking on the Colts. Two sorry offenses squaring off in Indianapolis. The Cleveland Browns defense, though, it's real. It's real. And you saw how bad Gardner Minshew struggled against the Jaguars, whose defense, it's okay, but they don't have the front seven that the Cleveland Browns have. And I think Cleveland is going to cause pressure early and often in that game. Do you know that the Colts over-under team total is 18.5? How are the Colts getting there? This offense is terrible. They're not going to be able to run the ball on Cleveland. It's going to be a very slow grind them out game. Give me the Browns. I'd be willing to take the 2.5, but my favorite play on this, the Colts -18.5. I don't see how they're going to get over that number. It makes zero sense to me that it's that high. I would have thought, if you would have asked me, because I like doing this with these games, before I ever look at it, go, what do you think the number would be? And then you see the number, and then you look at some of the trends, and you look at some of the analytics, and sometimes you see where it squares up. You're like, all right, well, I didn't take this into consideration, et cetera, et cetera. I've looked this up and down. I don't see it. So I'm going to take the Browns to hold the Colts to under 18.5. Next game on the docket. This is a fun one. This is going to be one that's going to be heavily bet on. The Detroit Lions, the Baltimore Ravens. Ravens giving up 3. Lions on the road again. 43 is the over-under. Baltimore -150 on the money line. Now, they did not take their break like a lot of teams do coming back from London. But I don't know if that's necessarily going to be a big problem, and I do believe this as well. Baltimore is better than their 4-2 record. You could make the argument that Baltimore could be 6-0. Baltimore is a solid fundamental team, and what I like the most about Baltimore, not only are they at home this week, we finally saw Harbaugh kick field goals and stop going for it on 4th down in stupid situations. Take the points with that Baltimore defense. And I know it's basically a no-name defense. You can't take any of these teams And name a better defense that doesn't have a household name. But their defense as a collective is greater than any one player they have. And it also leans into the fact that they run the ball a lot. They hold the ball a lot. So their defense stays fresh. I like Baltimore in this game. I like them in a big way. I like them on the money line. Baltimore minus 150. Detroit's good. Don't get me wrong. Detroit is good. Detroit is a good team. But they're on the road. And I just like Baltimore to win a very close knockdown drag-out game. Raiders are at the Bears. What a dumpster fire the Bears have become. The Raiders, I don't think they are as valued as they should be. The Las Vegas Raiders have steadily put together a solid season so far. And they're going to go on the road. They're going to face Chicago. Chicago team that's going to be without Justin Fields. A Chicago team whose defense has had a lot of problems this year. And I think that the Raiders are going to win that game. Now, here's the problem. They're a 3-point favorite. Their money line is minus 170. And I don't give you money lines that are greater than minus 150. That's just the rule that we have. So if I was taking this anywhere, I believe I would take the Raiders minus 3. But I don't love that play. But I dang sure don't like the Bears plus 3. The Raiders have not played well on the road, but the Bears are a bad football team. Next game up, this one, I do like a number on this. Commanders at the Giants. Over under 39. Commanders minus 3. Commanders, smoke and mirror type team. The Giants, I like them at home getting the 3 points. I don't know why they would be favored by, as big an underdog as they are. Just when you look at this particular matchup, and this is back-to-back road games for Washington, that always plays in to my line of thinking, especially when you're talking about our National Football League team that's not very good. And they've got a lot of holes, and they're going to be on the road once again. It's a divisional matchup. You're going to give me the 3 points. I actually might go out there and buy the hook, but look, 3 points is 3 points. I would take the Giants. I honestly don't hate taking the Giants on the money line. They should have won last week, but that's not why I'm taking the Giants. I'm taking the Giants. It's not so much as believing in the Giants as it's not believing in Ron Rivera and the Commanders. Next game we have up on the docket, the Arizona Cardinals are getting 7.5 in Seattle. This is a divisional game. Arizona has been awful on the road. And the number for Arizona to score is 18.5. I know you can get some higher scoring games in the NFC West matchups. We've seen it before. I don't think this is it. Not only the numbers itself just don't match up. You're talking about Seattle's team number is 27.5. They are a 9-point favorite if you look at the total points, but yet the line itself is 7.5. So what is missing here? I think what's missing is they don't want to give that many points to Arizona because the honest engine is this. Seattle's probably not going to score 28. Seattle's probably going to be somewhere in the low 20s. They're going to keep Arizona in the mid-teens, and I like Arizona minus 18.5. That's my favorite play in this game. It is a game that, look, we talked about this earlier. We talked about the Bills. And by the way, that Bills line keeps going up 7.5, 8, 8.5, then back down to 7.5. it's money going in and out. So if you like it, you better grab it, because I do believe it's going to be closer to 10 by kickoff. But Seattle in Buffalo on a teaser, I like that one a lot. You essentially would get it down to where the two of them would only have to win by 2. The next game, another 4 o'clock kickoff out in Los Angeles. The Rams are hosting the Steelers. This Steelers team just has not been impressive. They really haven't. And I'm looking at the fact they are getting 3. They're coming off a bye. I get that. But this Rams team should be able to score. And they should be able to get the points up. I like the Rams -3. At home against the Steelers. Even with the Steelers coming off the bye, and I respect the hell out of what Mike Tomlin can do off of a bye. And maybe if this was in Pittsburgh, I would give it more of a nod. But because they're having to go out west, I'm not believing. I've got to see it to believe it before I'm going to back Kenny Pickett on the road to be able to out gunsling Stafford and Puka and Cooper Kupp. And I think you're going to get a heavy dose in the passing game with Kyron Williams being injured in the backfield. Because of that, Rams, look, the team total in this game, Rams 23.5. I like that one a lot. I think the Rams will get over that number. But the pick I'm giving you is Rams -3. All right. Green Bay and the Broncos. The Packers, the Broncos. 2 teams with 2 terrible quarterback play. One of them has got an excuse. He doesn't have much experience. The other one has 0 excuse. He's one of the highest paid players in the league, and he absolutely stinks. There is nothing that attracts me to this game. I don't believe in either offense. I'm a little shocked that the over-under is 45, and that's the number that I would jump on if I was going to jump anything here. The over-under is 45 points. That just seems like a game. I get it. The 2 defenses have not been very impressive. But what's more unimpressive is the quarterback play for both teams. So unless you're going to tell me there's going to be a bunch of pick sixes, I'm taking the under. 45, that's a high score. That is a high score in the National Football League. Chargers are at the Chiefs. 4:25 kickoff. Los Angeles. Heading to Taylor Swift country. The Chiefs, now this number has started to go down. I grabbed it early in the week when the Chargers were getting 6.5. This was right after Monday Night Football. It's gone down to 5 in some books. Some you can still get it at 5.5. I like the Chargers a lot in this one. Now, I grabbed it at 6.5, if I'm being fair. The Chiefs, everyone thinks of the Chiefs as this offensive juggernaut that has the ability to blow you out. That's not really who they are right now. They're a team that plays methodical. They play good defense. And they'll probably get the win, but it is a division game at home. And I don't see them running up the score on the Chargers because the Chargers normally play them very close. Strangely enough, look, the Chargers, if they had a better head coach, they might be near the top of the division right now. But they lose every single 2 and 3 point game, and I think they're going to lose another one. Give me the Chargers. Like I said, I had it at 6.5. It's sitting at 5.5 this afternoon. It could go up and down. If you're going to grab the Chargers, you need to grab them quick because you might think that the money's going to come in on Kansas City. But I don't think it is. I think what you're going to see is the sharp money is going to move towards the Chargers. You'll get the Joe six-packs jumping in on the Chiefs, but the sharp money is going to run to the Chargers, And that's the money that moves the line. Sunday Night Football, the big one, the biggest game of the weekend, bar none. Miami Dolphins getting 2.5 points against the Philadelphia Eagles. Eagles are the home team. Miami is coming in. Both teams 5-1. Eagles coming off the loss. And people are jumping back and forth. A lot of solid arguments. 2.5 points. Do you take the Dolphins on the road? Do you take the Eagles? I'll tell you where I'm leaning. And this is the number that I'm really jumping for. And I want to see it go a little higher, and I think that it will. So I'm laying off the number right now. It's been going back around 52 points up and down on the over. Because it is the Sunday night game. And because these are two offenses that are thought of to be very explosive. And Joe Sixpack's going to be trying to chase his losses on Sunday night. Whatever he lost money on, he's going to be chasing it. And nobody likes to bet on the under, especially on a night game. It's not fun. It's not fun to pull for punts, turnovers, sacks. It's fun to pull for the over. I don't think you're going to get the over. I think by the time kickoff hits, it's going to be around 53, and that's the number that I'm looking for, around 53. I'll even take it at 52, 52.5, but 53 is what I'm really looking for. And I like the under in this one in a big way, because one thing that people don't take into consideration with this, Philadelphia holds the ball, and you know they're going to try to take the air out of the ball against Tua and the Dolphins. It's the most explosive offense in football. You got to keep them off the field. How do you keep them off the field? Not just running the ball, but eating the clock, and that's going to play into the over-under. And then the Monday night game, San Francisco -7. I'm staying clear of this right now. I'll probably lean into it later in the weekend, but honestly, with the injury question marks with San Francisco, giving 7 seems like a lot. If you were to ask me right now how I feel about it, I'm probably going the Vikings and taking the touchdown at home. It's a lot of points to give up on the road, even as good as San Francisco has been. And it's back-to-back games on the road. And it's a Monday night game. And the Vikings are kind of pushed into a corner. I think they get I think San Francisco is going to bounce back and get the win. Don't get me wrong. But you're asking them to win by 8 points or more to cover your bet. If you're going to ask me where do I go with this, I'm probably taking Minnesota +7. But I really want to see the injury report by Monday. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, the world of college football, we got some good, and I mean damn good matchups when we come back. Keep it locked in here. Braves Country Radio's Armchair Quarterback Show. Football Friday, baby. Let's get it.
And I don't care what's on the line, Howard. You have got to say that we know in the booth.
Yes, we have to say it. Remember, this is just a football game. An unspeakable tragedy confirmed to us by ABC News in New York City. John Lennon, outside of his apartment building on the west side of New York City, the most famous perhaps of all of the Beatles, shot twice in the back, rushed to Roosevelt Hospital, dead on arrival.
Well, if you stand and block the screen, you may just lose your life. And that goes for all 30 friends and 30 friends' wives.
I don't know how many of y'all are old enough to remember that, but I was a young lad. I remember it being in the. I don't think I understood what was going on with the John Lennon being shot. It didn't really, I was a little too young to understand how big of a deal he was. But anyways, every once in a while, I like to play that clip because I really thought that I just think it's a bone-chilling clip, and it really just, it amazes me how underappreciated Howard Cosell was at his time. But anyways, we'll get back into the picks. I know that's what everybody wants to focus on. Look, college football, We've got a lot of good plays right here. And by the way, Game 5 ALCS, big one today. Doesn't get any bigger for those Rangers or Astros for that matter. 5:03 is first pitch. We will have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play on Braves Country Radio. Find us on YouTube, youtube.com/@Braves Country. We're going to have the entire World Series as well. If there's a God in the heavens, the Arizona Diamondbacks will get hot. Anyways, let's get into it. You look at the college football slate this weekend. We're going to focus on decent amount of games, but there are games out there that I'm going to tell you to stay away from, ones that I don't like. One in particular, this one hits home, Georgia Tech -4.5 against Boston College. I'm not loving that game. 4.5 points, a lot to give up. Boston College has a scrambling quarterback. I think it's going to be a close game, and I'm steering clear of that one. That's for sure. Oklahoma giving up 19 to Central Florida, noon kickoff. Oklahoma should be able to cover that. That's a lot of points. And my concern would be them kind of coming into that game half asleep. It's an early kickoff. It's going to be 11 local time. And those always play into anyone who has followed the show and knows that, first of all, 64% win rate in the last 7 seasons, not too shabby. Second of all, I do pay attention to things like travel. I have talked about this for years to the point where guys on the show give me a hard time. I don't care. I stick with it. I believe in the East Coast, West Coast thing. I believe that if you have a West Coast team, especially in the NFL, but college football is it doesn't come into play as much in college football. If you have a West Coast team going east on an early kickoff, 9 times out of 10, I'm taking that East Coast team because the West Coast team, their body clock's off. I tend to do the same thing with the East Coast. If it's a night game, I don't have the same equation because you kind of have a little more time to get right. But a day game on the West Coast, it just throws your body clock off. So this typically goes with the NFL. I normally don't run into it much with college football. Now you're going to get it more, and I cannot wait till next year when the Big Ten goes West Coast, because you know how many matchups we're going to get of like Oregon, Washington, Southern Cal, UCLA. They're all going to go east. Early kickoffs. Oh, it's going to be mayhem. Cannot wait for that. Mississippi State, Arkansas. I know there's a lot of SEC fans that would like to dig their teeth into this one. I just think these are 2 bad football teams. And I don't have a good beat on that, but the Penn State-Ohio State game, it's interesting to me. The line keeps moving towards Ohio State. It's at 5 this afternoon. I've seen it go down. I've seen it go up. It's at 5 right now. A lot of folks are on that Penn State Nittany Lion wagon. 5 points. Give me 5 points, right? That's not the number I keep staring at. I keep staring at the fact that Penn State and Ohio State, the over-under is 45. And I know Ohio State played a very, very low-scoring, slobber-knocking type game against Notre Dame. I think you're going to get a little more fireworks. You typically do in this rivalry. And I think 45 is a low number. Give me the over. I love the over in this one. Tennessee Volunteers, Alabama Crimson Tide. That number keeps dropping, and I hate it because at the beginning of the week, when I first look at these numbers and I grabbed it, it was 52 to 53 points. It is now sitting at 48.5, 49 on some books. And I don't know how it's going to get that high. Tennessee, Alabama, I hate the fact that we're losing the value on it. So I tend to not tell folks to jump on that, because when you start seeing the number move in the opposite direction, especially when it's an under that you like, It's a different feeling to me when you have a number that's going in what you think is the wrong direction, but I guess what I'm trying to say is when you think that you like the under and it keeps dropping, that makes me nervous. That makes me think that maybe I'm reading this wrong and maybe I should be staying off of it. I'll probably end up teasing it, but I should probably stay away from it, to be honest with you. One of my favorite teases at the beginning of the week that I grabbed, because at the time, Tennessee was 8.5-point underdogs. The Alabama Crimson Tide in Tennessee, the number was 52.5. I took a 7-point teaser at a -125 and took Tennessee up to 15.5 points and the over-under at 59.5. I love that ticket. It's my favorite ticket of the week. But when you start losing the number a little bit, it makes me a little nervous. I still think if you take a 7-point teaser on this, you're probably going to be good. 55.5. Tennessee would be getting, 14.5? It's not too shabby. That's not too shabby. I think this is going to be a rock fight. These two teams are not going to throw the ball much. They are going to try to win the line of scrimmage. They're going to try to find a way to move that ball, but more importantly, not give the ball away. There's going to be conservative play calls. There's going to be conservative game plans. Both teams are going to be under the impression that if they can keep it within arm's distance by the fourth quarter, they'll take their chances. Tennessee's game plan is going to be something very similar to the fact of what they did against Texas A&M, where they're going to try to win the turnover battle. It's going to be run, throw one over the top every once in a while to keep you honest, and let's go. Alabama, it's not the Alabama that we're used to seeing where they dominate the line of scrimmage on both sides. This is going to be a team that's going to have a hard time moving the ball on that Tennessee front seven. This is not the 52-49 shootout in Knoxville last year between these two teams. That was one of the greatest college football games I've seen in the past decade. This is not going to be it. This may be an equally as close football game, but it's going to be in the low 20s at best. Low 20s at best. Utah is getting 7 at Southern Cal. Southern Cal is beat up after playing Notre Dame. I also believe Southern Cal is going to be a little more, they're going to be a little more motivated to show up in this one and to prove who they are. I don't think it's going to matter. Utah tends to play Southern Cal physical. Utah tends to move the ball on Southern Cal methodically. In Utah, you're going to give me 7 points. I think Utah has a very good chance of pulling off the upset, but regardless, it's not a game I'm going to give you as a lock, but if I'm picking one way or the other, I'm going to take the points in the Utes. They'll hang around there. They will hang around. Southern Cal's defense doesn't stop anybody. And if you punch Caleb Williams in the mouth, he'll go out there and turn over the ball 3 times. He's a talented quarterback. Don't get me wrong. By the way, have y'all seen this nonsense where his dad and everything's talking about that he wants part ownership of a football team if they're going to draft him? I hate to break it to him. That's not possible. They don't allow that. Remember earlier in the year when people were questioning whether or not Tom Brady was really and truly retired and whether or not he would come out of retirement? Well, Tom Brady is a minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. For Tom Brady to come out of retirement, let's say Tom Brady wanted to come out of retirement and play the rest of the year, he would have to sell off his ownership of the Raiders. That's the way that works. And they have that set up for a good reason because they don't want this nonsense to start. Caleb Williams can go play in the CFL for all the National Football League cares. They're not changing that rule for one person. One guy who has never put on pads and thrown one pass in the National Football League. He's not getting part ownership of a franchise, no matter who it is, worth over $1 billion, because every NFL franchise is worth at least $1 billion. At least. That's slow playing that. That's shortchanging it. At least. You're not getting that. I don't care what the small stake is. You're not getting it. They're not going to let you play in the league if you're part owner. So what would be the motivation to any owner to give you part ownership? Because you wouldn't be able to play. So what the hell's the point? All right, move on from that nonsense. There's always something nonsensical coming out of social media, isn't there? I like to look at, Twitter and whatnot every once in a while and just get a big hearty laugh at some of the nonsense that, and they get shared by like major outlets, and the outlets think that there's some validity to anything that they're sharing. And then you get the fans fired up and they get to arguing back and forth. And then they try to drag a fan because they think they know more and they really don't. It really is nonsense. Anyways, back to the rest of the story, as the great Harvey would say. By the way, Iowa's at home against Minnesota. That's kind of a low-key, interesting matchup. This is how little Vegas thinks of Iowa and Minnesota's offense. 31 points is the over-under. Wow! 31 points in a college football game? I mean, hell, I'm tempted to grab it, but you may not get there. Those are two struggling offenses, but 31 points. The over-under for the team totals, 17.5 for Iowa, 13.5 for Minnesota. Whoa! And I don't know if I feel comfortable over-under on either one of those. If I was going to grab that at all, I am jumping on a teaser and grabbing the over and just logically would think that enough points get scored where I can get above 26 points, 25 points, somewhere in that neighborhood. That is one of the lowest over-unders I have seen in quite some time. Other games out there on the docket. I know Northwestern is bad. I'm not trusting Nebraska minus 11.5. You can have that number. You can have that number. That is not happening. Pittsburgh, +1 at Wake Forest. It's an overreaction to Pittsburgh taking Louisville. We told you. I told you. That was my lock last week. That was my number one lock, that Pittsburgh was going to beat Louisville. I love getting a college football team that I think is smelling themselves. And that was why I went with it. Here is one that I'm going to grab and tell you that I like this one a lot. Because I just don't think they're a very good football team. And they're going on the road. And though this rivalry is usually pretty close, the Missouri Tigers are at home this week. They're giving up between 6 and 7 points. Depends on how you can get it. I'm going to take the Missouri Tigers at home against South Carolina. South Carolina is just not a very good football team. And they're going to go on the road, and they just have a very emotional loss. I think they're really close to giving up, and I'm going to take the Missouri Tigers. Oregon is a 20.5-point favorite at home against Washington State, and that number keeps rising. This is the smell yourself game for Oregon. They've had a couple of tough games. Last week was a very emotional game on the road. They're coming home. Most people look at this as a get-right game. I don't look at this as a get-right game. I look at this as a smell yourself or more of a exhausted game. What are they going to have in another early kickoff, 12:30 local time? Oregon is susceptible. 20.5 points. I know Washington State's had some trouble here recently, But 20.5 points, that is a load to give up. Give me the Cougars. Another game of interest that's out there, Wisconsin. They've got the injury bug hitting them, but Illinois is a bad team, 2.5 points. I'd be willing to probably take Wisconsin on the money line, but not one of my favorite plays. Ole Miss is giving up 6.5 at Auburn. It is a night game. Auburn has played so much better at home than they have on the road. I still believe that Ole Miss is a bit of a fraud. I don't believe that they are as good as their record indicates. They were thoroughly dominated in that Alabama game. And they've gotten a couple of impressive wins. But really what it comes down to with Ole Miss, they haven't played a ton of tough competition. Though they're in the SEC, they've gotten kind of a pass this year on their schedule so far. They're giving up 6.5 at Auburn. I like the Auburn Tigers to cover that number. Wouldn't shock me. Would not shock me one bit if Hugh Freeze's defense pulls off the win in the Plains. But I definitely like the points. Florida State is at home against Duke. They are a 14-point favorite now. I don't love that number. Duke, to me, can hang in there with Florida State. I could see FSU pulling away, but I'll tell you the number I like more than anything else. Duke and Florida State. The over-under is 49. Duke, for folks who haven't watched Duke play this year, might roll their eyes when they think of Duke football. This is not your older brother's Duke football team. Duke's got a damn good defense, and they're a physical team. Their offense is going to struggle to score, but this is a damn good team. Here's the number I like the most. Duke, total points, right now it's sitting at 17.5. Now, you might get it at different numbers. It doesn't matter. We'll just call it 17, whatever. I've seen it 16.5. I've seen it 17. I've seen it 17.5. I got it at 17.5. I don't believe Duke is going to be able to get 17.5 points. I don't believe they're going to be able to hit 18. Unless there is some kind of a couple of like really short. And look, Duke does get turnovers, so it's not all the wrong possibility. Florida State's been pretty good at protecting the ball. Duke is going to have to get a short field to be able to pull that off twice. They're not going to have a lot of long drives against this Florida State defense. I like the under in this one a lot as well. It's 49. FSU Duke is 49. But I really would prefer to grab Duke minus 17.5 because if things got out of control, remember, Duke has not played a road game this year. They have not played a game of this magnitude in this program for a long time. So for them to go on the road and for them to have to play in Tallahassee, where that fan base is going to be rocking Saturday night, that is a big ask to be able to beat Florida State on the road. But the other thing is, what if the game gets away? What if it unravels? What if it doesn't? If it unravels, are you still going to go and expect Duke to keep Florida State off the board? So that's why I'm more inclined to take Duke minus 17.5 than I am the minus 49. Because I could see me getting drilled in the end. I could see Florida State gives up, we'll say, 13 points. But Duke on the back end, their defense finally breaks down. They give, I'm not going to say they give up, but they give way to a late touchdown, and Florida State wins the game, something, going away. They score 38 or whatever. Then it becomes increasingly impossible to get under that 49. Michigan, by the way, 24-point favorite at Michigan State. This is a looky-loo. I like to call these looky-loos. And I could see Michigan looking past this. Now, I know it is a rivalry game. And so Michigan should be up for it. Michigan has been so damn impressive all year long that I put them number 1 in my Armchair top 10. So when I say this, I'm not saying this like I don't respect Michigan. I think right now they are the best team in the country, but it's college football and it's played by humans. It's played by kids who are humans. Michigan better be careful because this is a Michigan State team that doesn't have anything to hang their hat on this year. But boy, if they could pull off a win at home or even a close loss, they better watch out because this is the type of game that a team rallies around. And look, if Michigan goes out and starts playing well at the very beginning, it's going to be fine. But if you kind of stub your toe and you let them hang around, and the next thing you know, there's a block punt getting returned for a touchdown. You Michigan fans know what I'm talking about. Clemson, Miami, 8 o'clock. This is where we're going to find out. Does Miami continue to fight? They spit the bit against Georgia Tech. We're all aware of that. They got ran out the door the second half against North Carolina. They put up a couple of garbage time touchdowns, but that game was over. They're at home now. They're getting 3 points against Clemson. Does Clemson, have they given up? Or are they still looking at going, look, if we can win out, we can still have a heck of a season. We may not even end up in the ACC championship game, though they could if they got some help. But what if Clemson wins out? Because South Carolina does not look like a threat. Clemson could end up in a pretty nice bowl game. This is one of my favorite games on the docket to watch, and I hate that it's going to go on at the same time as the Florida State Duke game because I'm going to be locked in on this because I cannot wait to see who wins. Because whoever loses, you're going to get some big heat from that fan base about it's time to move on from who? Is it going to be we're sick of Dabo? Although they're not firing Dabo, so get that out of your head. But there's going to be the fan base is going to go nuts. We're tired of Dabo. He's not aggressive in the transfer portal at all. He's getting schooled. Or is it going to be where your crystal ball? Because the fan base is going to say, yeah, he can recruit, but what the hell else does he do? This is a huge game. I tend to side with give me Miami at home and the points. Man, I am steering clear of this game. Whew. And that over under 49, that is ridiculously high. This is going to be won and lost in the trenches. And both teams are going to play it close to the vest to start out. They don't want to be the one that turns the ball over. 49 is enormous over under in that game. The last one we'll look at real quick, just because it's an absurd number. Washington is a 28-point favorite at home against Arizona State. Arizona State's not a good team. But Washington, you talk about teams smelling themselves. 28 points. I'll take my chances on that. All right, real quick, going to give you the locks, and then we're going to switch over to Braves country and get you start getting you ready for Game 5 of the ALCS. Man, that's going to be a good one. All right, here are the locks. We kind of mentioned them, but here are the locks. These are the ones that I say, give it to me. This is your 6-pack to go on a football Friday. My number one lock of the night, give me the Buffalo Bills, -7. I like that one a lot. My number 2 lock of the day, I'm telling you right now, I don't see how the Colts are scoring 18.5 points. My number 3 lock, going back over to college football, Duke -17.5. My number 4 lock, Auburn +6.5. Number 5. Give me, come on, Arizona State plus 28. That's ridiculous. Give it to me. Washington, by the way, has not been covering the spreads. They've been winning. They've been impressive, but they give up a lot of back end points. So we got one more lock. I know the numbers come down. Hey, it just moved up again. So you know what? I'm going to grab it. Give me the battle of Rocky Top versus the third Saturday in October in Tuscaloosa. Give me Alabama, Tennessee minus 49.5. My advice to you would be to take some of these, maybe turn them into teasers, but those are the games I like the most. All right. We're going to step aside, take a quick break. When we come back, Braves country today. A lot of moving and shaking that the Braves have got to get ready for here in the offseason. We're going to peel back some of these rumors, some of these ridiculous rumors, and some that are actually pretty damn on the nose. We'll be back in a flash.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
You're in Braves country.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Braves country, as we get ready for the Major League Baseball offseason. We're going to dive into what could and could not be, what will and will not be for your Atlanta Braves. There's a lot of rumors flying about, and just so everybody is clear, let's go ahead and get this thing started right.
You're in Braves country.
Good afternoon, Braves country. Welcome in. We're heading towards the off season. Of course, no official moves can be made until we get to the end of the World Series, and that's obviously a couple of weeks from now, depending on how long that lasts. But we'll say early November. Right now, how the World Series lays out, very key dates we'll go over here in a second. But right now, the World Series, the dates are this. It's very odd the way that they picked some of their dates, but I kind of get it. They're trying to avoid the NFL. But this is the way the World Series begins. Game 1 is going to be Friday, October 27th. Doesn't matter how quickly or how not so quickly the series ends for the American League, the National League. That is the start date. Because they want to play game 2 on Saturday night, October 28th. They want to take Sunday off and go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then take Thursday off and go Saturday, or Friday, and then game 7 would be Saturday. And that is scheduled for November 4th. If the season ends early, these timelines get pushed up, but we're going to assume just for this exercise that it's going to be November 4th. And when you think about, first of all, the Major League Baseball schedule timeline gets going pretty quickly. And you'll see it because you'll start seeing moves instantly. And just so that you're clear on this, as far as the World Series, I've gotten a few questions. We've gone over a couple of times. But this is essentially how the World Series will play out, who has home field. There is no scenario where the 84-win Diamondbacks host the World Series. Meaning 4 out of 7. You'll play 2 at home, you go 3 on the road, and then you'll take the last 2 at home. There's no scenario where the Diamondbacks get that. The Rangers are the top seed. I know that sounds strange, but if they get to the World Series, they are the top seed. Houston would not get the tiebreaker over Philadelphia. And I know that's strange because you go, wait a minute. Houston has the home field advantage in the American League. It's because they go to head-to-heads. Texas and Houston just happen to finish with the same exact record, along with the Philadelphia Phillies. They all finished with 90 wins and 72 losses. But Texas swept the Phillies in the regular season meeting, 3 games. Philly took 2 out of 3 against Houston. And so that's where you have that. So pushing that aside and looking at the offseason, and it gets pretty they really do hit the ground running, to be honest with you, because I've gone over this before, and I'm not a big fan of the way Major League Baseball does all of their dates. I feel like that they should spread some things out. But here are the key off-season dates. We're going to go over that real quick, and then we'll get into the Atlanta Braves and who they are going to be eyeing going forward. First of all, the Atlanta Braves are going to be looking at a couple of different things. They've got some players that are going to tender, non-tender. We'll get into all that down the road. But first of all, there is something that gets played into this, and the Rule 5 draft is December 6th this year. And the reason why the Rule 5 draft is important is because it's basically players that are unprotected. So not only can the Braves get guys poached from them, if they do not protect them, they can go poach other players. It used to be known as the Rule 4 draft. Now it's called the Rule 5 draft. You don't want to get into the nuts and bolts of that, but that's essentially what it is. And folks are going to be very, very locked in, baseball fans, baseball people, locked in immediately after the World Series. 5 days after the World Series ends. 5 days, free agency begins. So whenever the World Series ends, it doesn't matter if it ends on Saturday, November 4th, or if it ends up in a sweep, it's literally 5 days afterwards. And that's why it seems like it hits you like a ton of bricks, because you barely get over, all right, well, this has happened. Teams have an exclusive 5-day negotiating window with their internal free agents once the World Series ends. And they do that to give teams a chance to keep their brand. But free agency, there have been in years past where it actually has jumped off quicker. I can remember when it was literally 24 hours after the World Series, and they've kind of pushed that back. A lot of this got changed in the most recent CBA. November 7th through the 9th are the general manager meetings, and those are out in Scottsdale, Arizona. Those are not to be confused with the winter meetings. Those are the general manager meetings, Those are in Scottsdale, Arizona, November 7th to November 9th. So that is essentially set up if your team won the World Series, let's say they won it on Saturday, November 4th, you're probably having your parade that Monday, and then you are literally getting on a plane and hauling bones to Scottsdale, Arizona. That would be very fortuitous if for some miracle it's the Arizona Diamondbacks that win it because the general managers drive right up the road. But with all that being said, the 7th through the 9th, those are GM meetings. And they have a chance to have internal conversations with each other, often beginning to lay out the groundwork for potential trades in the offseason. So if the World Series does end on the 4th and you get the GM meetings on the 7th, free agency has not kicked in until a couple of days later. If the World Series ends much earlier, let's say 5 or 6 games, then it's essentially expiring when these GMs meet up. So it gets really tricky at that point. Any player who receives 1-year qualifying offer has a short amount of time to decide whether to accept it or reject it. If a player accepts it, he returns to his current team for 2024. If a player rejects it and signs elsewhere, his former team receives draft pick compensation. And that really all comes down to what tier of a free agent they are, et cetera, et cetera. And basically, we would go over those as they happen. If this player gets signed or we sign this player, we would let you know what the compensation is. Because you're never going to remember all of these free agents and what the compensation would be. Be an absolute you talk about getting into the beautiful mind type of stuff, right? So players on the roster. Now, this is the non-tender deadline. Players on the 40-man roster have fewer than 6 years, and that's the key number. Fewer than 6 years of major league service time must be tendered a contract each offseason by the tender deadline. That is November 17th. So we are going to know pretty quickly, essentially 2 weeks after the World Series is how it lays out. It's a Friday, by the way, November 17th, and we will come on and talk about it that Friday. This includes players who are due raises via arbitration. If a club non-tenders a player, he immediately becomes a free agent, etc., etc. So, with all that being said, that's a key date, November 17th. Then you have what is essentially just about 3 weeks. December 4th through December 7th. Those are key dates. That is the winter meetings. That's the big one. That's the big splash. The ones that we always see splattered all over the screen. We'll be following that and covering that right here on Braves Country today. It's in Nashville this year. We'd actually talked about going up and covering it, but we've got some obligations that we can't get out of. So this year it's not going to happen, but we do want to cover one in the very near future. The GM meetings in November essentially get the framework started for what they're going to talk about in the winter meetings. So essentially, they have about a month to go back, talk with their front office. All right, this is what's going on. This is what we could get. Now, look, you might get moves, and in fact, you do get significant moves before the winter meetings every single year. Every single year, you get a significant move. It never fails. But with that being said, the winter meetings traditionally kind of launch the real free agent window, because what happens after those meetings and during those meetings, big free agents are signed, and you'll get a couple of big free agents signed before the winter meetings because there's going to be teams that want to jump out there. In fact, Alex Anthopoulos is usually very, very active and aggressive even before the winter meetings. And it's not that he's worried about making the splashy headlines. He's wanting to get in front of the action. He goes to teams and goes to players, and whether it's a trade or if it's a free agent signing, he will go out there and say, look, this is what we're offering. This is what we're getting. We're not going to wait. If you want this, let's get it. And so with all that being said, this is going to be a situation where we're going to get into those winter meetings December 4th and 7th. December 4th to 7th. And by the way, for those of y'all who are wondering, yes, that actually falls on a Monday to a Thursday. They actually start showing up on that Sunday. So there are rumors already flying on that Sunday. That Monday we'll come on live and talk about the winter meetings. Make sure that you're following us on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Radio is going to cover the winter meetings, and we're going to do a lot of live shows during those winter meetings. Not exactly sure how the rest of my schedule lays out that week, but you can rest assured we're going to be covering the winter meetings. Anytime there's a big signing, we're going to jump on and talk about it. And a lot of them will not be scheduled. You just need to hit the subscribe button because something happens quickly. We're going to jump on instantly and talk about it. So that's the game plan for the winter meetings. And looking at during the winter meetings, we talked about this briefly before, but December 5th is the Major League Baseball draft lottery. So they're going to have a lottery on December 5th, which is a Tuesday, and it will announce. So how this works out, for instance, while the Mets finish with the 8th worst winning percentage, they'll have the 7th best odds in the lottery because the Nationals, who finish with the 5th worst winning percentage, are not eligible to receive a lottery pick this year. Getting one of the top 6 picks is an extreme importance for a team like New York, since it's one of those 6 picks that are protected when it comes to luxury tax penalties. So if the Mets get the 7th pick or lower, that selection will drop 10 spots because of the amount they have exceeded for the luxury tax. So that is a key thing we're going to be keeping an eye on. All of us who are fans of teams in the National League East that are not Mets fans, we're going to be rooting like hell for the Mets to end up with that 7th pick. And even if the Mets finish with one of the 6 worst winning percentages in Major League Baseball, they would not be guaranteed a top 6 pick since those picks will be determined by the lottery, as we just stated. But the Mets' chance of a top 6 pick are over 40% at this point. So we'll dive into that. Like I said, that's on December 5th. December 7th, once again, is the Rule 5 draft. If a team selects a player, they must keep that player on their 26-man roster or the IL for the entire season or be forced to offer him back to the team he selected. So whoever the Braves may grab in the Rule 5, you can't just grab him and throw him onto your 40-man roster and tuck him away. He's got to be on the 26-man roster the entire year, unless he's injured. So at that point, but the moment he comes off the IL, he's got to go to the 26-man roster. So this isn't a situation where you grab a guy and go, well, you know what, we could really use some depth and we'll send him down to Gwinnett and we'll see what happens. No. It's got to be someone who would. So that's why you don't see a lot of moving and shaking in the Rule 5 draft. But sometimes there's a player out there that a team really wants to explore, and they'll grab them. And then if they take them off the 26-man roster at some point during the season, they'll offer them back to you. Doesn't mean you have to take them, but they will offer them back. In February, once a player is offered arbitration figures are exchanged. The team that the player's agent have a decent amount of time to come to terms with the new contract. If that doesn't happen, both sides submit salary proposals, and then there is an independent salary arbitrator that determines what number you go with. And you'll see these flood in just before the season starts. This is all teams, but you will see it flood in. If you remember back in 2021, 2022, right after the lockout, you remember in the middle of summer, we were getting all these numbers. That was because there wasn't enough time, because during that lockout, players, agents, teams, they weren't allowed to communicate. So when the clock got reset in March of that year, they pushed everything back, because I can remember arbitration numbers coming back for the Braves, and it was really awkward because you were getting these arbitration numbers either for or against the player. They were taking place in the middle of the season, and the arbitration situation is the worst thing that goes on in Major League Baseball, and I'll tell you why I say that. Many of the players want to sit on the arbitration. And it is a terrible idea, because what happens is the players get to hear what the front office is saying about them, why they're not worth the dollar that they want to spend. And then a lot of those players, a lot of them, because they talk about it down the road, they take it personally, and at no point are they ready to do anything but either A, it leaves a bad taste in everybody's mouth, or B, they get over it, or C, they hold their feelings now, but you'll hear them constantly. It's brought up when they hit free agency. Well, I wanted to go because they didn't appreciate me, and that's not what's really going on. What's really going on is it is a business, and the team is trying to save as much money as they can, and the player's agent's trying to get as much money as they can, and they're in there negotiating and fighting with the arbitrator. I've said this for years. The players should not be involved in it. Send your agent in there. If you're dopey enough not to have an agent, then I guess you would have to go in there. But send your agent in there. Behind closed doors, they shouldn't be talking about it. And just let it play out. And then they come back and say, hey, this is what you got. This is what we offered. I know a lot of these agents will probably still spill the beans, but it's better that there's so many players that sit in on those arbitration meetings, and it's an awkward thing. Mid-February, spring training begins. And so it's usually right around, you could almost pinpoint when your team is going to hit spring training, because think of the Super Bowl and basically think a couple of days after. You can think of the Super Bowl. I used to think of it as right around Valentine's Day, but it's usually a day or two after the Super Bowl. The first spring training games this year are February 24th. So there you have the timeline of the big time dates between the off season and spring training. Now, what we're going to do today is we are going to hit up some of the rumors that we're hearing. And trust me, there's some really goofy rumors. By the way, teams can still re-sign their players if their season has ended. Teams can still sign teams to minor league contracts, but it's usually pretty quiet this time of year. But I'll give you an example. This week, the Reds re-signed catcher Luke Maile to a 1-year, $3.5 million contract with a club option in 2025. That's because he was a pending free agent. So let's get into who. By the way, I found a pretty interesting article talking about one prospect for each team. And I do want to hit that up really quick, and then we'll get into the free agents. The Braves, the prospect that everybody's crazy about, this shouldn't shock anybody. It's the SSAJ. AJ Smith-Shawver, who, remember, when he entered this year as a 20-year-old, he only had 77 professional innings. But over 62 minor league innings with a K rate of 11.5 per 9. He had a batting average against him in the major leagues of the batting average against AJ Smith-Shawver was 183 on the major league level. Now, if you're wondering about the other teams in our division, the ones that they jump out, they talk about for the Mets, it was Jet Williams. He is a shortstop / outfielder. This year, he was ranked as the 14th overall prospect in Major League Baseball. The Marlins, kid by the name of Troy Johnson. He is a first base prospect. And he paced the minors in RBIs this year. He ranked 4th in extra base hits with 67 and total bases at 281. And he played at AA this season. Jet Williams, by the way, started in single A, went to high A, and finished in AA. If you're worrying about the Phillies, well, you saw him. Orion Kirkering, he was the guy. He's still looked upon as a prospect. And we saw him up close and personal, and he's been pretty good. I still don't think his stuff jumps off at me as like phenomenal. I think he's very good. But I'm curious to see what their plan is for him going forward, because I would think that there may be a plan for him possibly going into the starting rotation down the road. But right now, he is in their bullpen. If you're wondering about other teams, the Cubs, Owen Cassie, an outfielder, he's the one that everybody is excited about. And we'll probably do more of a prospect show, but I did want to hit up a couple of them. Let's talk about, well, first of all, if you want to go to the Diamondbacks, they have a kid by the name of Ivan Melendez. He's currently playing at third and first, and he's the number 8 prospect in baseball. He hit 30 home runs. He was one of only 15 minor leaguers to hit 30 home runs, only 2 to reach the mark in fewer than 100 games. And that was along with Cardinals slugger Lucan Baker. Melendez had 30 home runs in 96 games. I mean, that is tearing the cover off the ball. Now, that being said, they're taking their time with him. And he was at high A and then eventually moved to AA at the end of the season. But anyway, you slice it, 30 home runs against professional baseball pitching. I mean, come on. In 100 games? Good night. The teams of interest over in the American League, by the way, Rangers, Abilamy Ortiz, a first baseman prospect. He is number 14 overall, And the big number that jumps out at you on him is he was fourth in the minor leagues with 33 home runs and a 990 OPS. That's doing it. That is doing it. As far as the Astros, kid by the name of Shea Whitcomb, he's an infield prospect. And he, by the way, came out of UC San Diego. He has 77 home runs and 70 steals in 350 games over 3 minor league seasons. So it'll be interesting to see if they promote him, and I would think they would next year. We'll do a much deeper dive on this one down the road, but did want to hit that up. Okay, so here we go. This is it. This is where the rubber is going to meet the road. Here are the free agents that we can take a look at going into this offseason. And I'm going to jump into that here in 1 second. We got to take a really quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about some of the free agents out there. And what are the likelihood of the Braves actually garnering after these? Because they're a list like, we're not going to go over the catchers today. What the hell is the point? The Braves are set at catcher. But we're going to go into realistic pitching, realistic, possibly left field, all that on the way. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country today. We will be back in a flash. You're listening to Braves Country Radio.
Just want you to stop saying odd. You get any sleep last night?
I don't sleep. I just dream.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
How to improve your dining room by the Home Depot. New wood floors, new paint on the walls. Sure, you know us for that. But how about a new dining room table, matching chairs, bar stools? How about free and flexible delivery with easy online returns? Now you can explore decor in a whole new way. Save now on furniture. Everything for your home. Everything from HomeDepot.com. How doers get more done.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Whatever We Have in Stock Are Us, your one-stop place to shop for whatever we happen to have lying around at the time.
In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious. Walt Whitman. Brooklyn Eagle, 1846.
You're in Braves country.
The free agents that be. Now, we're going to go over a couple of the positions that we know are not going to be targets for the Braves, just to let you know who's out there. But it's not something we're going to spend a lot of time on. Just want to kind of scan over the team, the players, and we ranked them by WAR because it's about the only thing that you can go by. If not, you're talking about a mess. But we're going to go by WAR. Couple of interesting ones. In fact, one that is still playing in the postseason. Mitch Garver, catcher for the Texas Rangers, he is a free agent. And it'll be interesting to see. Now, he's 33 years old, but he did have a 2.4 WAR, so there's going to be a lot of interest for him. He's traditionally been the designated hitter for the Rangers, so whether or not he still has what it takes to play behind home plate day in and day out, remains to be seen. The one that everyone's going to be trying to sign, but what kind of deal are they going to give him? Gary Sanchez had a very good bounce back season. He had a 3.0 WAR, but he's 31 years old. And I would caution anybody who's going to back up the truck for a catcher into their 30s. It normally does not work out. But there's a lot of other players. Now, here's one of the most interesting ones. Rhys Hoskins. I would think Philadelphia is going to try to re-sign him. Can you imagine how good that lineup would have been with Rhys Hoskins this year? If you remember, he had the injury in spring training. I mean, right out the gate. Rhys Hoskins, man, oh man alive. He is going to be a free agent. Josh Bell, he should be a free agent. He's going to have the opportunity to opt out. I think he will. He's 31. He's got one last chance to get a somewhat long-term bag, as the kids like to call it. Some of the other first base guys that are interesting, I don't know how much it'll move the needle, but some names you will be familiar with. Guys like Brandon Belt, Carlos Santana. Now, these guys are in their late 30s. Garrett Cooper sitting at 33 years old. G-Man Choi, 33. But anyways, we know the Braves are not going after a catcher. We know they're not going after a first baseman. I think we're set there. Second base, not much of a chance they go after any second baseman. There really isn't much out there for second baseman, by the way. The ones that are being listed as the top free agents, they're all in their mid-30s. Elvis Andrews, Whit Merrifield, Jorge Polanco, but is 30, but it's a club option, and I would think they're probably going to pick him up. I mean, there's really bottom of the barrel. It's a good thing that we've got a second baseman because there's nothing out there to fix it, unless you're going to slide someone from a different position. Now, here's an interesting one, and I think he will get a lot of attention across the board. Ahmed Rosario is only 28 years old. He has a 2.9 WAR. It's pretty solid for those who don't follow what WAR does and means. But he's by far the best shortstop out there, especially at 28. He's going to get a pretty good signing. Now, Javier Baez, they have him listed as a guy who may opt out. He's not opting out. He's 31. He's a disaster, and the Tigers are paying him way too much money. They'd be damn fools. Tim Anderson, 31 years old. Old knockout Judy. I know who's not signing him. Cleveland. He's 31, and there's a club option. I think they're going to tell him to kick rocks. He has been a distraction in that clubhouse. He has been a disaster at the plate. He's much worse in the boxing ring. But I just don't think there's anything that's going to do anything for him. Now, here's an interesting name that you'll hear kicked around. The problem is this kid has never stayed healthy. He's had a phenomenal... I've watched him play since he came up as a rookie. I had him in one of my dynasty leagues, and I was all about him. Held on to him for much too long because you could see the talent, but he can't stay healthy. Adalberto Mondesi, 28 years old, unrestricted free agent. This should be the year that he's going to go out and make bukus of bucks. He's going to have a hard time finding a home. I think he's going to go out there and sign a short deal with someone, probably a 1-year deal to try to prove it. But he's got to prove that he can stay healthy. He is absolutely one of the biggest disappointments in Major League Baseball. When you consider his talent and how much he's actually played, I'm going to put it up there as possibly one of, if not the biggest disappointment because of what his ceiling was over like the last decade. It's really sad. By the way, Adrian's is a free agent, 34. There's no way he's getting any interest from anybody. I'll tell you, this guy's going to get an interest. He'll get signed, and no one can ever figure out why, but he's just a gamer, and you can play him all over the place as Kike Hernandez. He's only 32, and someone will pick him up to be a bench/platoon player. Third baseman, real quick. Max Muncy has a club option. I think they probably pick it up. It's what I'm hearing. Justin Turner has a player option. He's 39. That one will be interesting. He had a really good year. And Matt Chapman is hitting the free agency market. He had a 7.6 WAR. That is phenomenal. He's 31 and he's hitting the free agent market. He's going to look to get his, he's going to be looking for a 5-year deal from somebody. And someone will pay it. I've never been a big Matt Chapman guy because he goes through so many peaks and valleys. But if you look at what he does over an entire 162 game season, he produces. Here's one. Josh Donaldson. Let's go ahead and start those rumors. I guarantee you're going to get some kind of a goofy clickbait. Who knows who will do it, but somebody will start talking about Josh Donaldson coming back and being on the bench in Atlanta or something goofy like that. He is an absolute train wreck at this point in his career. A guy same age, he has a lower WAR, but I think he has more value. Evan Longoria, he's a much more solid player. It'd be interesting to see if Jean Segura tries to come back. But okay, here are the players that are going to be free agents. Because, for instance, Mark Kanya still has a club option. He's got a 4.2 WAR. It may get picked up. But 35 years old, he could hit the free agent market. But here come the names that everybody's going to be excited about. Because they're going to be looking for left field. Now, we'll have to see how this plays out. I'm seeing a lot of different... Now, the thing is, I got to take this with a grain of salt. But I'm seeing a lot of people predicting and projecting that Eddie Rosario is going to get picked up. They're going to pick up his contract. I hope to hell that's not true. I would just like to try anything else. Give us someone with more inspiration. Someone who plays with a little more oomph at the plate. And if they do go that route, now look, if they bring back Rosario, there's not going to be much of an addition to help platoon with him. Now, Forrest Wall is the guy you'd like to see. The problem is they're both left-handers. But here's a familiar name. What about Robbie Grossman coming back and playing left field? Ugh. We saw what he can do. He can be okay, but it's really not going to excite you. Eddie Rosario is on this list. Once again, he's a club option. We'll just have to see how that folds out. Guys of interest. Now, these are names that are going to jump off and people are going to say, we got to bring them back. Jock Peterson. Jock Peterson is a free agent. It feels like one of those things that you can't go home again, right? I think a lot of Braves fans, if they were running the team, they would sign Jock Peterson. I don't know how wise it would be. Now, if you're going to keep Eddie Rosario, you're damn sure not keeping. You're not bringing in Jock Peterson because where do you put him? What I would like to see is them kick Rosario, bring in someone like, maybe not necessarily him, but someone like a Jock Peterson and platoon left field between him and Ozuna. Ozuna can still play an okay left field. He's not outstanding. We know that. But hell, neither was Rosario. And Ozuna gave you 40 home runs. Let's say you don't go the Jock Peterson route. Let's say, look, we need new blood. Lourdes Gurriel is a very good player. He's 30, and I think he's going to be looking for a long-term deal, and I think that's probably going to be unrealistic. Another name that's interesting, but once again, he's a left-handed bat. And if you're bringing back Rosario, he doesn't play into it, is Michael Brantley. Professional hitter. Love everything about Michael Brantley. Winning pedigree. Comes up usually with big hits. He gives you professional at bats. None of that flailing crap at the plate like Eddie has. And that's my number one reason. It's not even Eddie's defense. Look, I know he's up for the Golden Glove, which is an absolute joke. Just shows you how. So they do go by position, how many times you fielded the position, and you have to have X amount of innings out there to qualify. And I saw the list of how he ended up in the top 3. And at first I scoffed and said, what the hell is he doing on the list? Then you saw the list. You're like, well, I guess if you didn't watch him play, you didn't actually physically watch the games, and you're going off of analytics, I guess you can put him in the top 3. But Eddie Rosario, if they pick up his club option, I say trade him. Trick someone into thinking he is something. If you do bring him back, you're going to have a right-handed stick to go with him. And there's some interesting things, but honestly, most of them, they're either aging veterans or they're a guy like Gurriel who, if you bring him in, you would have to kick Rosario because he's going to command too much money. Tommy Pham is a name they keep punching out that I just don't like Tommy Pham as an individual, as a person. I think he's a jerk. I think he'd be cancerous in the clubhouse. If you see some of the interactions he's had with fans, he's very quick to play the victim, just like he did with Jock. Remember the whole thing with Jock Peterson, where he went over there and struck him in the face over a fantasy football league? They aren't even teammates. And then we got all the information that came out about Tommy Pham in that fantasy football league. And those of us who played it, who play fantasy football, understand what really happened. Tommy Pham sucks at fantasy football, and he wanted to take it out on somebody. There was nothing done underhanded by Peterson. So I just don't like Tommy Pham. He's worthless. He's a worthless individual. And he just seems like he's going to be a cancer in the locker room. And why would we bring in a guy who was in that Mets locker room last year? And I guarantee you he had something to do with the bad juju that went on with the Mets. He just sucks as an individual. Can't stand him. I would be so disappointed if Tommy Pham is signed by the Braves. I can't wait to see where Tommy Pham signs because I want to make sure it's not the Braves. Anybody else. He signs with the Braves. I mean, that is going to be a gut punch. And he does have an edge. And you kind of, we've talked about guys, but it's a negative edge. I want a guy that's going to be a rah-rah guy, a guy who's going to inspire, a guy like Jock Peterson. I don't want a guy who's just going to be a negative influence in the locker room. Now, there's some other guys that are interesting, but it really depends on what kind of money that they would garner. A guy like Jurickson Profar, remember, he signed the 1-year deal this year to prove a year. He really didn't prove it. He's not a terrible option if you're talking about a platoon guy. He's a switcher. He's got speed. But that would be like that. That would be like the bottom of the barrel I would pick if we're keeping Rosario. All right, maybe because the thing about Kevin Pillar, and I love Kevin Pillar, Kevin Pillar's not coming back. He sent out a tweet the other day, and if you read in between the lines, essentially what he was saying was, I had a great time. Thank you, Braves fans, but I've got to move on. And I knew this was going to happen because of interviews that we saw midsummer where he talked about he came through with a couple of big hits in a couple of series. And they asked him about, getting the big hit, blah, 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 blah. And he kept pointing to the fact that it is hard for him to get into any kind of a rhythm because he's not playing every day. And he felt like that was, and look, I get it. What he's saying is, if I'm going to show my value and have an opportunity to maybe get one more, I don't think he's ever going to get another big time contract, but he's talking about a solid contract, a contract like the way Rosario got. He's got to play more. He's got to have more playing time somewhere. And someone will give him an opportunity, but wherever he goes, he wants to be the guy. And I've said this before, if it means we would take the money and put it into starting pitching and decided we were going to go with the platoon situation of Kevin Pillar getting most of the starts, but maybe you keep a Forrest Wall up, I would love that. They'd be at the bottom of our lineup. I get it. If it didn't work, you could always get aggressive at the trading deadline. But that's assuming we're going to take the money and spend it on pitching. Some of the other guys that could be in the fold that aren't necessarily considered left fielders. Here's a couple of names. Here's another name you're going to get a lot of people talking about. It's probably going to get to the point where it gets nauseating until we find out either where they go or where the Braves go. We talked about Jock Peterson. Here's the next one. We know this one's coming. Adam Duvall. Adam Duvall is 35 years old. Adam Duvall, though, had a hell of a start to the season and then got hurt. Adam Duvall tends to not be able to stay healthy. So is that something you want to do? I would love to see Adam Duvall come back because he's so versatile in the outfield. You can give days off to everybody in the outfield. But what role does he want at 35 years old? Is he okay with coming back? I think he enjoyed his time at Braves Country. Would he be okay coming back and either playing some kind of platoon role or strictly off the bench? That would be an interesting, and he would give you a right-handed bat. One that I think we desperately need because Michael Harris II is still learning his craft. If Harris was as bad at hitting left-handed pitching as he is now at, like, let's say age 28, 29, then I would say he's a disaster. He's a Eddie Rosario against left-handed pitching, but he's not. He's learning. But Duvall would be a great ad. What's he going to command in the free agent market? That's the big question. We're not getting Bellinger. People are going to bring it up. He had a 5.9 WAR. It's a mutual option. I think he's going to elect for free agency. I also think the Cubs are going to try to re-sign him, but he is 28 years old. He's had a hell of a year. He deserves to get a big contract. He's going to get it somewhere. You got some interesting other moves. Let's say we do kick Rosario to the curb. Kevin Kiermaier, but he's 34 and he's never been much at the plate. He's great defensively, but he's never been much at the plate. Michael Taylor is another name people are going to come at you with. He's a solid player, but he's really more of a platoon guy. I don't believe in Aaron Hicks. I've never believed in Aaron Hicks. I don't even want to think about Aaron Hicks coming to the Atlanta Braves. If Aaron Hicks comes to the Atlanta Braves, he's got to be on the bench, not even much of a platoon guy. And I don't think that's going to interest him. I think he wants an opportunity to play. As far as right fielders that are out there that you could possibly move over to left field, there's some big names, but ones of interest that are actually going to, because for instance, Kevin Pillar is on the right field list, though we know he played left field all year. He did play some right field, but let's be honest, he played left field. Here's some interesting names, and this one really interests me, although he got bounced around this year, but he's a right-handed power hitter. Man, could we use that? But he's 32, at a 3.1 WAR. Hunter Renfroe is going to be a free agent, but he's probably going to command too much money, just like Teoscar Hernandez. Teoscar Hernandez is 31. He had a 4.3 WAR. That is going to command a pretty good salary. Max Kepler, 4.6 WAR, club option. I think the club picks him up. Michael Conforto has a chance to opt out. I don't know if he will. He didn't have a very good year. Either way, I don't have a lot of interest in him. I don't have much interest in Randall Grichuk or Will Myers, though they will be right-handed bats out there. I would much rather have Kevin Pillar back, but it sounds like he doesn't want to be back because he wants to play. So at that point, if you do that, you would honestly have to say goodbye, Rosario. It's your job, Pillar, and we're going to put a left-handed, we'll say, for instance, we're going to give a guy like Forrest Wall more at-bats. I just don't think it's possible. I don't think it happens. I think they're going to want to get younger. And here are some other names that are being considered designated hitters, but a lot of them can play in the outfield. Shohei Ohtani. Stop it. He's not coming to the Atlanta Braves. We waited a while to talk about this one. Shohei Ohtani is 29 years old. We talked about the WAR. Remember, as I noticed, a 3 WAR, a 4 WAR. Hey, a guy with a 5.6. Holy cow, is he going to bring Shohei Ohtani's WAR, even with the injury, 18.4. He is going to get somewhere north of $500 million. He's not coming to your Atlanta Braves. I hate it. I would love it. We don't run the team. We don't cut the checks. It's not happening. Jorge Soler could opt out, and that would be fun to bring him back. He would be the perfect addition. But what is he going to ask for? Would the Braves bring him back? I would love to see it. He's 32, 2.4 WAR. Jorge Soler is the one guy that got away that was the one I wanted to keep. Because he plays a decent enough outfield that you can put him out there and not feel nervous. And he is a right-handed power bat. But I just don't think Soler would come, especially if we keep Rosario. Because he's not going to want to sit on the bench, and Ozuna still has 1 year left of his deal. I know there's talks about trading Ozuna. I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. He's actually really good in the clubhouse. I know a lot of people have a hard time believing that. But all that stuff that happened that was basically portrayed incorrectly by the media does not reflect how the players actually feel about him. He's a very popular player. Here are some other guys that are out there. Now, if we do decide to go Rosario and you're looking for a guy who could platoon with them, Jesse Winker is a guy that kind of jumps off. He's 30. He's had a bad season. They could probably get him cheap, but is that what you want? By the way, Andrew McCutchen's out there, and that would be fun to add, but he's 37. It sounds like that he's pretty much done, and he'll probably, if he comes back, he'll probably stay in Pittsburgh. He seems to enjoy it there. You have JD Martinez, but he's literally a DH at this point in his career. He's 36. And not to mention, he's probably going to ask for pretty substantial. He's got a 3.1 WAR. He's 36. You know you can put him in your lineup. I think the Dodgers actually re-sign him. But if they don't, wherever he goes, he's going to want to be the everyday DH. That unless you do move Ozuna for, let's say, pitching or something, how does that work? And that's about it on, you've got some guys that nobody wants. Darren Ruff, Tyler Naquin, Brad Mill. Brad Mill had a negative WAR. You don't want to sign that guy. Tommy LaStella. Everybody remembers Tommy LaStella, but he would literally be at the end of the bench guy. So that's about it. We'll get into next week. We'll get into the possibilities of moves the Braves could make, because remember, we've got some guys that are expiring, guys like Max Fried, who's going to be a free agent at the end of 2024. What could the Braves possibly do with him? Because if they're not going to re-sign him, could he be on the move? I know a lot of Braves fans hate to think about it. Let's be honest. We didn't get a lot out of him this year. And it seems like there's always something wrong with him when we get to the postseason. Even in 2021, remember he had a couple of disastrous starts before he righted the ship and pitched an incredible Game 6. I love Max. I wish he would stay, but I don't think he's going to stay long-term. And if he's not going to stay long-term, what are the options to get him out there and get a return? We'll talk about that more on Braves Country today. We'll see you Monday morning, 11 a.m. We'll be live on Braves Country Radio, youtube.com, and then it'll replay right here on WQEE as well Monday afternoon. Tonight, 5:03 first pitch. I'm sorry, 5:07 first pitch. Game 5. It's a big one. It's a big one. And we will bring it to you pitch by pitch, play by play. Braves Country Radio. Find us on YouTube. Find us on Facebook. We're going to be running them both there. We try to put it on Twitter, but something always goes wrong. It always bugs out. I don't know what the deal is. But we are Braves Country FM on Twitter, because radio doesn't fit in you only get 15 characters, and so we just went with Braves Country FM. Our sister handle is Braves Country AM, so they kind of share each other. But anyways, we'll see you first pitch. Y'all have a great afternoon. And this offseason for your Atlanta Braves is going to be one of the biggest ever, because they've got to make sure whoever they bring into that clubhouse is a winner. Not necessarily have won a championship, but their personality's got to be, let's go get a title. Y'all have a great day.
You're in Braves country.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. One run is in. Here comes Reed. He's the throw to the plate. He is!
High fly ball into right field. She is gone.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare was bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner
Play ball. Good evening, baseball fans. You are listening live, and we are here in Arlington, Texas, as the Texas Rangers are set to take on the Houston Astros. This series is tied at 2 apiece at Globe Life Field. We are just moments away from first pitch. Let's get to it. On the mound for the Houston Astros today, it's Justin Verlander. In the postseason, he is 1-1 with a 1.42 ERA, a 1.18 whip, 12 2/3 innings pitched, 10 hits allowed, 11 strikeouts, 5 walks, and 1 home run given up. On the mound for the Texas Rangers, it's Jordan Montgomery. He is 2-0 with a 2.08 ERA and a 1.27 whip. He has thrown 17 2/3 innings in this postseason, 20 hits allowed, 13 strikeouts, 2 walks, and a home run given up. Coming to bat in the top of the first inning for the Houston Astros, it's Jose Altuve. Leading off and playing second, he has 17 home runs this year, 51 RBI, 14 stolen bases, batting .311. Dubon is in center field, batting second once again with 10 homers, 46 RBI, 7 stolen bases, batting .278. Alex Bregman, batting third, playing third, 25 home runs, 98 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .262. Yordan Alvarez is the designated hitter with 31 home runs, 97 RBI, .293 average. Jose Abreu batting fifth and playing first with 18 homers, 90 RBI, .237 average, while Kyle Tucker playing right field, 29 home runs, 112 RBI, 30 stolen bases, batting .284. Chas McCormick is in left field with 22 home runs, 70 RBI, 19 stolen bases, and a .273 average. Jeremy Pena is batting eighth and playing short, 10 homers, 52 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting .263. Maldonado is behind the plate once again for the Houston Astros, 15 home runs, 36 RBI, and a 191 average. He is 3 for 5 lifetime against Jordan Montgomery with 2 home runs and 3 RBI. Texas Rangers in the bottom of the first will send Marcus Semien playing second and leading off with 29 home runs, 100 RBI, 14 stolen bases, batting .276. Corey Seager batting second, playing short with 33 home runs, 96 RBI, 2 stolen bases, and a .327 average. Evan Carter, the rookie, in left field through 62 at-bats this year, had 5 home runs, 12 RBI, 3 stolen bases, and a .306 average. Adolis Garcia is in right field, 39 home runs, 107 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting .245. Letty Tavares is in center field and batting up in the order, number 5. 14 home runs, 67 RBI, 14 stolen bases, batting .266. Josh Young is playing third and batting sixth with 23 home runs, 70 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .266. Daniel Lowe is at first base and batting seventh with 17 home runs, 82 RBI, 1 stolen base, and a .262 average. Mitch Garver is the designated hitter with 19 home runs, 50 RBI, and a .270 clip. Jonah Heim is batting ninth today behind home plate. 18 home runs, 95 RBI, and 2 stolen bases, a .258 average. Texas is an underdog at home tonight. Houston minus 115 on the money line. The over-under is 9. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate, it's Marvin Hudson. First base will be manned by Dan Bellino. Second base umpire Stu Sherwater. And down the third base line, it's Mark Rippinger. Camped out in left field will be James Hoy. Right field, Doug Eddings will have his eye down there. We're in Arlington, Texas. Game time temperature is about 90 degrees, but they will have the roof closed this afternoon. As we get set for Game 5, this series is tied up 2 apiece in the American League Championship Series. The winner heading to the World Series. We'll take a very quick break. When we come back, first pitch and roll call. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country Radio. All right, welcome in. We're just about set for first pitch, and it is baseball time on Braves Radio. The Houston Astros will be wearing their road grays orange tops, Texas in all white top to bottom, and Jordan Montgomery is set for first pitch. The first pitch on the way, swung on, grounded right up the middle. It's an atom ball to Marcus Semien, 4-3 put out, and there's quickly one away. Good evening. Please hit that like and subscribe button. We're getting rolling here on a Friday evening. Hope you're ready for a great sports weekend. We know we're going to have a Game 6 in Houston. We just don't know who will be in line to punch their ticket to the World Series yet. Mauricio Dubon comes to the plate. Dubon takes a swing at the first pitch. That ball's hit up the middle, and that's an Adam ball right to Marcus Semien. 2 pitches, 2 ground balls, 2 outs, and there's 2 away. So how about that? You got to figure now they have really put Bregman between a rock and a hard place. He almost has to take this pitch. Rangers nothing. Astros nothing. Top of the first inning. Lefty-righty matchup. Bregman digs in. The pitch on the way. Taken all the way. Outside for a wide strike. It's 0-1. Marvin Hudson behind home plate tonight. The 0-1 pitch. Lefty-righty matchup. Kicks and deals. Just outside. It's 1-1. You got a 1-1 count. 2 down, top of the first inning. 0-0 your score. The pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball's lifted high and deep. Going back on the track. It is gone. A solo shot, and Bregman and the Astros quickly jump all over the Rangers once again here at home. It's 1-0 Houston. Alex Bregman, he'll take the grand tour. 1-0. Remember, these two teams faced off in game 1. Houston did not score. It was 7 scoreless for Montgomery. More importantly, you point to the starting pitcher tonight for Houston, Verlander. He only gave up 2. Runs are expected to be at a premium. 1-0 your score. Yordan Alvarez comes to the plate. First pitch on the way. Down and away. It's 1-0. Lefty-lefty matchup. Yordan Alvarez. 400 batting average for this postseason. The pitch on the way. Swung on. Bang foul off the plate. 1-1. Not the start that Bruce Bochy is looking for, I'm sure. I think he'll be okay if Montgomery can just settle in here, keep the scoring to a minimum. The 1-1 drops a teardrop curve right there at the kneecaps. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count to Alvarez. Montgomery, of course, came over the trading deadline from the St. Louis Cardinals. Probably the best trade acquisition of all of Major League Baseball at the deadline. The 1-2 pitch, down and away, 2-2. 2-2 count. Tucker stands on deck. Montgomery comes set. Kicks and fires. Fastball just misses outside. Tried to sneak one past him on the outer edge. It's a full count. So a full count to Alvarez. It was a good idea by Montgomery. I don't think Alvarez was expecting that pitch, just couldn't locate it. The 3-2 pitch from Montgomery. Swing, and that ball is hammered into center field, down for a base hit. And Alvarez extends the inning with a 2-out single. 1 on, 2 out. The hot stick of Jose Abreu coming to the plate. He tried to drop a curveball in there. And it was rifled right back at him. So 1 on, 2 out. Pitch on the way, right there at the knees to Abreu. Fastball called for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lifts, kicks, and fires. Fastball swung on, bounced up the middle, off the glove of Montgomery, ricochets to Seager. The shortstop will flip it to second. 6-4 putout, and that'll end the inning. So fortuitous bounce gets the Rangers out of it. We'll be back in a flash. The Rangers grab the bats. They trail 1-0.
Look, we'll happily pay 75 cents to $1.50 to go to the theater.
Denton True Young was an ungainly, out-of-place farm boy when he came to the Cleveland Spiders in 1890. Even his teammates took to calling him Cy, short for Cyrus, because he seemed so countrified. But Cy Young held the Chicago White Stockings to just 3 hits to win his first game, and then went on to win 510 more before he was through, a record never even approached by any other pitcher. Cy came to stand for Cyclone.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
And here's for helping me install a much needed and much appreciated garbage disposal in my bathtub.
Yeah. You have a garbage disposal in your bathtub?
Oh, yeah, and I use it all the time. Yeah, I made this whole meal in there.
This food was in the shower with you?
Mm-hmm. I prepared it as I bathed.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening to everybody in the chat. If you haven't jumped in the chat, please jump in and say hello. Good evening to Rob, Carrie, Underwater. I think I saw Goat. There's Goat, Robert. Know if this is an early start. Eddie. I think I saw Daniel as well. Good evening to everybody, and hopefully you are set for what should be a treat tonight. Montgomery's already given up the 1 run, but I'm expecting a pitcher's duel. Justin Verlander comes to the mound. 1.42 ERA here in the 2023 postseason. The first pitch on the way from Verlander, down and away to Simeon for a ball. It's 1-0. Houston 1, Texas nothing. Bottom of the first inning. Simeon, righty-righty matchup. Swing and pops it up high in the sky. Just got underneath that fastball. Can of corn and making the catch on the infield dirt is the second baseman, Altuve. Just past the bag. There's one away. Houston Astros have won the last 2 games here in Texas. Texas won the first 2 in Houston. It's kind of a strange non-home field advantage in this series. First pitch on the way to Seager. He is first pitch swinging this whole series. He pops that up. And there's quickly 2 away. I thought that, covering the Atlanta games, I thought that Acuna would drive me nuts with the early swinging. But, man, Seager does not take pitches. I don't ever recall that being a thing with him. But you give him a fastball, he is swinging in the first pitch. So that'll bring Evan Carter to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way to Carter is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. What that really does is the next guy up kind of feels like he has to eat a pitch or 2. Last thing they want to do is have Verlander go out there and have a 4-pitch inning. The 0-1 pitch. Just off the plate wide. Good take by Carter. It's 1-1. Houston 1, Texas nothing. Bottom of the first inning. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 94 out wide. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. I was looking at the numbers earlier. Carter was 1 for 3. Of course, his only experience against Verlander was the other night. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball swung on, just spoiled that one. Slaps it foul back behind the plate. 1-2. As far as guys who have had good numbers against Verlander coming into tonight, Simeon batting .304 with 2 home runs and 3 RBI. And then Taveras, you'll notice he is all the way up to the number 5 slot, and for good reason. He's got 3 home runs, 3 for 6 and a home run and 3 RBI against Verlander. Normally, Taveras is down at the bottom of the order. The 1-2 pitch. Did he go around? He did not. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Righty-lefty matchup. Verlander turns, spins and deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 95 miles an hour, blew it by him up top, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash. The Rangers trail the Astros 1-0 heading to the second. Hi, I'm Mac Magee.
Can you keep a secret?
Of course I can.
I lost all our money today betting on sports.
Damn.
I know. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Can I tell you a secret?
Sure, yeah.
I lied. I can't keep secrets.
Wait, what?
Armchair.
Look, will happily pay 75 cents to $1.50 to go to the theater. And numbers prefer baseball to theatricals. We must make the games worth witnessing, and there will be no fault found with the price. A good game is worth 50 cents. A poor one is dear at 25. Harry Wright.
Welcome back. We're heading to the top of the second inning. The Astros lead the Rangers 1-0. Kyle Tucker, Chas McCormick, and Jeremy Pena will be your batters. Of course, tonight, later on, Arizona and Philadelphia square off in game number 4 of the NLCS. Philadelphia leads that series 2-1. Pivotal game for Arizona. They desperately need to win game 4 to make that a series. I think if they go down 3-1, it's all but over. First pitch on the way from Jordan Montgomery is down and away for a ball to the left-hander Tucker. Lefty-lefty matchup. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Southpaw lifts the glove. Kicks and fires. Swing, and that ball's hammered over to the right side, right at Marcus Semien. He's been busy early on. He'll flip it over to first, a 4-3 put out, and there's one away. Good evening, Carrie. Good evening, Rob. Rob, thank you for your service. And we got Goat and Robert and Underwater in here. Y'all jump on in the chat. Good to hear from everybody. That'll bring McCormick to the plate. McCormick has pretty good numbers against Montgomery. The first pitch on the way to Chaz is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. McCormick is 3 for 8 lifetime against Montgomery. Pena 3 for 8 and Maldonado 3 for 5. The bottom of the order for the Astros strangely have the best numbers coming in against Jordan Montgomery. The 1-0 pitch fouled away. Out of play. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Starting them off fastball. Montgomery looks in. Heim sets up inside. The pitch down and in for a ball. It's 2-1. Tried to get him to chase the off speed down around the knees inside. The 2-1 pitch right there for a strike. Looking all the way was McCormick. Looked like the curveball coming in from Montgomery. So a 2-2 count. Montgomery looking for a clean inning. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, banged on the ground over to third. It's going to be a 5-3 put out. Quickly 2 away in the top of the second. Hey, good to see you, Garrett and Carrie and Robert. I'm actually not pulling for anyone in this game, Robert. I know you're asking who I have in this game. I've said this before. I'm pulling for the team that can give us the best World Series versus what I assume will be Philadelphia. First pitch on the way to Pena is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. What I really liked in this game going into it was the under. This pitching matchup, the over-under was 9. I don't think we're going to see the offensive explosion we saw in the first 2 nights, but that didn't look like it from when Bregman took Montgomery Yard early on. The 0-1 pitch outside wide for a ball. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Lefty-righty matchup. Pena digs in. The pitch on the way. Swing and grounded over deep into short. Seager's got it. Fires it over to first. And it's a 6-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Montgomery's settling in. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Radio, the American League Championship Series.
Anyway, Harkins sat me down. He said, "Champ, you're a dangerous alcoholic, a racist, and I don't think you know a lick about sports." And I said, "Ed, you dirty Pollock, it's 10 in the morning. Let's go have some drinks." Then he fires me.
Harry Wright eats baseball, breathes baseball, thinks baseball, dreams baseball, and incorporates baseball in his prayers. Cincinnati Enquirer.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Welcome back. Try to do our best to block any of that spam, but just do yourself a favor. Do not click on any of that spam if you watch us on Facebook. They are just trying to get your information. First pitch on the way from Verlander to Garcia, swung on, bounced on the ground. A one-hopper all the way from across the diamond from Bregman to Abreu. 5-3 put out, and it's a quick out number 2. Out number 1, excuse me. Rangers are really starting to swing early in the count here against Verlander. That may not turn out well for them. First pitch on the way to Tavares, who told you had good numbers against Verlander, is right there for a strike up top. Fastball down the pipe, it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup. Down and in for a ball, 1-1. Good take by Tavares. 1-0 your score. Houston leads Texas off the solo shot from Bregman in the first inning. The 1-1 swing and pops it up. Will it stay in play? Foul back over the third base dugout. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count to Letty Tavares, who is up in the lineup tonight because of his numbers versus Verlander in his career. Righty-lefty matchup, the 1-2 pitch, swing and fouls it away. We'll do it again at 1-2. One-two count. 14 pitches in for Verlander. Pitch on the way, down and in. Good take by Tavares. 2-2. Tavares would love to get on. Make Verlander work from the stretch. The 2-2 from Verlander. He looks into Maldonado, turns, kicks, deals. Curveball, caught, looking, strike 3. Looked like it was a little wide inside. Very generous call, but nonetheless too close to take, and there's 2 away. Good frame job by Maldonado. First pitch on the way to Josh Young is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, righty-righty matchup. Right there at the knees on the outer edge, it's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Pitch on the way. Off the edge for a ball, 2-1. 2-1 from Verlander. 20th pitch of the night. Lets it go. Curveball swung on, banged on the ground. Diving attempt by Pena. Jumps up, fires it over to first. And it's a 6-3 putout. 6 up, 6 down for Verlander. He is perfect through 2. We will be back in a flash heading to the top of the third.
Harry Wright, a former center fielder for the Knickerbocker Baseball Club, believed there were big profits to be made in baseball. And in 1869, he assembled the very first professional team, Cincinnati Red Stockings. Only one of Wright's Red Stockings actually came from Cincinnati. Most were young New Yorkers, 19 or 20 years old. Wright drilled them in the fundamentals, insisted they be silent and businesslike on the field, and dressed them in knickers to boost their running speed.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Jordan Montgomery. Grabs the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Martin Maldonado coming to the plate. He's got very good numbers against Montgomery. 3 for 5 lifetime with 2 home runs. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Lefty-righty matchup. On deck, the top of the order, Altuve and Dubon. Houston leads 1-0. Series tied at 2 apiece. Games 6 and, if necessary, 7 are in Houston Sunday night and Monday night. We'll have it right here. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, lifted high into the sky. Deep into right field just before the warning track. Adolis Garcia will make the catch, and there's one away. One down, top of the third. Jordan Montgomery just 26 pitches in. Jordan Montgomery trying to get the Rangers a 1-game lead heading back to Houston. Normally, as the first pitch on the way to Altuve swung on, grounded over to short. Seager's got it. High throw. The catch is made, and it's a 6-3 put out for out number 2. Normally, you would say Texas would be in trouble if they fell down 3-2 heading back to Houston, but the road team has won every game of this series. Very strange indeed to see that, especially in Major League Baseball. Dubon steps to the plate, lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way, fastball right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. Garrett says he wants Seager to be a Brave. That will never happen. The 0-1 pitch, lefty-righty matchup. Kicks and deals, swing, and fouls it down the first base line. It's 0-2. Seager signed a contract over $300 million a couple of seasons ago. That is off the table. So an 0-2 count. Dubon digs in. Pitch on the way. Curveball in the dirt. Good take by Dubon. It's 1-2. Well, they don't spend money foolishly. Lefty righty. Kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball's hammered over to short. A one hopper into the glove of Seager. He'll fire it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout. So Jordan Montgomery is settled down. We got ourselves a pitcher's duel here in the Lone Star State. We'll be right back.
For the first time, to the shock of the baseball community, he paid each player a salary. The highest paid was Harry's brother George, the shortstop, who received a considerable sum of $1,400 a season, 7 times the average working man's wage.
You smiling?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football. Football's fun.
Fun, sir.
Fun, sir.
It's fun.
Yes.
You sure? You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Yes. No.
No?
Sir. Well, it was fun.
Not anymore, though, is it? Is it?
No, not now.
No, it's not fun anymore. Not even a little bit.
Welcome back. on the way from Justin Verlander. There's a fastball swing and a miss up top. For a strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup. Verlander turns and fires. Swing, and that ball's lifted high down the left field line. Playable. Going to be caught by McCormick in deep left field for out number 1. Yeah, that argument can go back and forth for days. For every Verlander you want to point to, there's a Max Scherzer. Righty-righty matchup. Garver steps in. He'll take the first pitch outside for a strike. It's 0-1. You got to have a good mix. No team's going to have everybody making $300 million. The 0-1 pitch. Verlander takes it up top for a ball. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. David's got a very good point. Verlander, the 1-1 pitch, just off the plate wide, 2-1. Verlander with a lot of pitches to play here because of the early swings at the top of the order by Seager and Garcia and whatnot. He's only at 25 pitches. The 2-1 pitch misses high, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Mitch Garver tonight is batting 8th. They shuffled the lineup a little bit. Jonah Heim is backing him up. He is batting 9th. The 3-1 to Garver. Pitch down below the knees, ball 4. So Garver will head down to first. Bottom of the 3rd inning, 1 out. Capacity crowd here in Arlington, Texas. Maldonado wants to talk it over with Verlander. They've got Heim coming to the plate. I'm sure some of this conversation is you've got a slow runner at first and a slow runner at the plate. So if they can induce a ground ball, it'd be tailor-made for a double play. Maldonado makes his way back to home plate. Verlander goes back to work. The right-hander leans in, lets her go. Swing, and fouls it out of play. Fastball up top. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Lets her go. Up top. Misses high, 1-1. Atlanta's a mid-market team. Atlanta's not a large market. And if you follow it, the television rights that the Braves signed years ago have really crippled them. The 1-1. Heim shows bunt. Drops a bunt down the third base line. Went foul, plenty foul. Don't think Heim bunts very often. He looked a little out of sorts there. So a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way, swung on, pops it up, high and out of play. It's 1-2. They were in the top 10. They weren't quite top 5, but regardless, they are not considered a larger market, not just with population, but they have done it. So it'll come off the books, and you're going to see a difference as the 1-2 pitch, down and in, 2-2. You'll see a difference. I believe it's at the end of the 2027 season. Might have that off by a year, But at the end of the 2027 season, the Atlanta Braves television contract that was signed years ago is a terrible deal, will finally come off the books, and they'll be able to renegotiate and get a fair market deal. So right now they have been really working off of gate receipts and a lot of things that honestly teams have an advantage of them on. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is roasted into right field under the glove of the first baseman Abreu. Diving effort, good try. But Heim gets a single, and Garver goes first to third. Runners on the corners and one away. Well, it was Bally, but before that, Garrett, it was Fox Sports. Fox Sports really did a number on them. This was back. This is how long ago it was. This was back when AOL was still a partner. First pitch on the way to Simeon. Bad swing by Simeon. Pops it up. Can of corn over towards first. And it's 1 pitch, 1 out. Simeon, 2 really bad at bats against Verlander. And there's quickly 2 away. Simeon came in with good numbers against Verlander, but Verlander has definitely outfoxed him first 2 at bats. So 2 down, and Seager, who was a 1 pitch, 1 out guy for his first time up, he'll stand in. The first pitch on the way, swings at the first pitch, and he'll do it again. Seager is easy out once again. That's been the nature of his game all series long. We'll be back in a flash here, ALCS game number 5.
I am definitely down for some rock climbing.
Yeah, me too. I am down. I am totally down. Lock me down.
Cool. So, what do you say we climb a rock mañana?
Mañana. Mañana might be a problem. I'm supposed to have a boil lanced mañana. You know, I think they charge me if I cancel with only 1 mañana's notice.
The Red Stockings finished their first season with a record of 65 wins and not a single loss. They also managed to turn a profit for their investors, $1.39. The city that had once prided itself on the stockyards had become the baseball capital of the country, and the Red Stockings spread the gospel from New York to San Francisco, traveling on the just completed Transcontinental Railroad.
to the plate. First pitch to Bregman is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Alec Bregman, 1-for-1 with a solo home run. His first time up, the only run on the board so far. The 1-0 pitch. Rocks and fires. Top of the zone for a strike. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count for Montgomery. Pitch on the way, down and in. Bounces off the ground for a ball, 2-1. The deal with the Atlanta Braves and their television contract does expire at the end of 2027. I thought that's what it was. I looked it up during the break. So the short of it is they got a really bad deal, and it was Liberty Media Group that inherited it. But at the time, AOL signed a 20-year deal, and it was just a terrible deal at the time. People couldn't even understand why they did it. The 2-2 pitch, swung on, grounded over to third, foul. We'll do it again. So it started off, I believe, at like $1 million a year and slowly has gone up, but it's not much higher than that. We still have 4 more seasons under that. Once you get out of that, and you'll notice that's why a lot of these contracts that Anthopoulos is signed is the 2-2 pitch. Swung on. That ball is rifled down the left field line. Just foul. Almost extra bases for Bregman as that was going to get down and up against the wall. That would have at least been 2. It was in a weird carom. But the short of it is, when they come out of the 2027 season, they'll be able to spend much more money because they should get a much better contract deal. The 2-2 pitch is swung on, fouled straight back. We'll do it again. It was absolutely dumbfounding at the time where they were averaging just over $1 million a year. Conversely, around that same time, I think it was 2-3 years later, it wasn't much longer after that, the Los Angeles Angels, if this gives you an idea, the 2-2 pitch, swung on. That ball is belted down the left field line. Foul. Plenty foul, but plenty of length on that one. He could have kept that straight. That would have been a second home run. While the Braves were averaging about $1 million a year coming in from the television rights, the Angels signed a deal $25 million a year for 10 years. The 2-2 pitch swung on. That ball is hit into the gap, running it down, making a running catch. Good defensive play by Garcia to stop extra bases, and there's one away. Impressive play by Garcia. He's made a couple of defensive plays. I've always known him to be a very good hitter and a good overall player, but I've never really seen him flash the leather like he has in this series. Pretty impressive. Top of the 4th inning, 1 out. Yordan Alvarez takes a hack at the first pitch, bangs it down the first base line. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Lefty-lefty matchup. Out on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-2. So, yeah, I mean, those of us that are, kind of behind the scenes been following it for years, we've always been pointing to that 2027 season. I remember pointing to it in 2008 going, well, can't wait till 2027. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Off the edge and away, and there's 2 away. And you're talking about a big, big number. And that was signed. The Angels deal was signed. It was either 2009 or 2010. It was right around the time that they made the big play and got Albert Pujols. And the comparison was made then. that just 2 years after Atlanta got $1 million a year, Los Angeles Angels got $25 a year for I believe at the time it was a 10-year deal, so it was a $250 million deal. I'm sure they've re-upped since then. First pitch on the way to Abreu is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Now, whether any of this would change with the bankruptcy issues over the next couple of years, that remains to be seen. But as of right now, they're still stuck in that contract. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, it's 0-2. But you'll notice that Anthopoulos has signed these deals to try to get them past that 2027 mark. And then once he gets past that, he knows he's going to have a little more to play with. It won't be like Steve Cohen type money, but it'll be considerably more. The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. Good take by Abreu, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Montgomery, 45 pitches in, trying to get through the fourth inning here. Looks into Abreu. Set up on the outside. Pitch on the way off the edge wide. It's 2-2. He's gone curve, and then a sinker out wide to try to get him to chase. So even count, deuces wild here in the top of the fourth inning. The 2-2 pitch from Montgomery. Lets her fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Curveball in the dirt. Abreu couldn't lay off, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Houston leads it 1-0. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth.
This is not a test. This is rock and roll. Time to rock it from the Delta to the DMZ. Hey, is it a little too early for being that loud? Hey, too late. It's 0600. What's the O stand for? Oh, my God, it's early. Hey, you know what I mean. Too much?
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
Baseball has fallen. Yes, the national game has become degraded. At certain match games, large amounts of money changed hands among the spectators. A noted New York club is said to have sold the results of a match. Barked chins and broken fingers may be easily mended, but a disfigured reputation may never be entirely repaired. Once more, abandon the bat, boys, if you cannot keep the game pure. On February 2nd, 1876, at Manhattan's Grand Central Hotel, a group of club owners, eager to tighten their control of the game, restore its respectability, and most of all to ensure greater profits, started a new association. They called it the National League of Professional Baseball Clubs.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Welcome back. We are heading to the bottom of the fourth inning. The heart of the order due up for the Texas Rangers. Evan Carter, Alice Garcia. First pitch on the way from Verlander. Kicks and fires a fastball on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Tavares is due up third. 3, 4, 5 hitters for the Rangers. Rangers had Runners on the corners with 1 out last inning if you're just joining us. And back-to-back bats by Marcus Semien and Corey Seager. Pop-ups, first pitch pop-ups ended the inning. The 1-1 to Carter. Verlander lets her go. Fastball on the outer edge. Called for a strike. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way from Verlander. Swing! And that ball's lifted high, not very deep, into right field. Drifting back, making the catch is Tucker. And there's one away. So 1 down. Garcia will come to the plate. He was first pitch swinging his last time up. Flew out his first at bat. He's 0 for 1. First pitch on the way to Garcia is off the plate wide for a ball, 95 miles an hour. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Lets her go. Swing and a miss up top. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Time is called. Garcia may have felt like Verlander was taking a little too much time, so he wanted a chance to reset. Back in the box, the 1-1 pitch to Garcia. Just on the outer edge. Good pitch by Verlander. 96 at the knees. Kissing the black on the outer edge. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Verlander turns and fires. Up high. Just misses. 2-2. 2-2 count. Verlander delivers. Swing, and that ball is hit high, not very deep into center field. Looked like Garcia might have lost his footing as he stepped into that one. Probably didn't make much of a difference, but definitely doesn't help. It's a fly ball, center field out. F8 if you're scoring at home and there's 2 away. Verlander 44 pitches into the night. Much quicker game than we've gotten in the last few of these in this series. Righty-lefty matchup. Taveras stands in. He's 0 for 1. The pitch on the way. Swung on. Banged foul off the plate. It's 0-1. One run, 2 hits. No errors for Houston. No runs, 1 hit. No errors for Texas. Series tied 2 apiece. The 0-1 pitch from Verlander. Down below the knees. Good pitch, good take by Taveras. It's 1-1. Looked like the changeup. He was trying to get him to swing over the top of it. That changeup almost had like sinker type action. The 1-1 delivery. Swing and pops that up. That'll be another easy out. In the center of the infield, coming in, making the catch is Bregman. That'll end the inning. Another 3 up, 3 down. Quiet go the bats as we head to the top of the 5th inning here in Houston.
Every magnate in the country is indebted to this man, Harry Wright, for the establishment of baseball as a business, and every patron for furnishing him with a systematic recreation. Every player is indebted to him for inaugurating an occupation by which he gains a livelihood.
and the country at large for adding one more industry to furnish employment, sporting life.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
As you know, Monty, Vaughn's been working on a couple of new pitches, the Eliminator and the Humiliator, to complement his fastball, the Terminator. I heard that. Dynamite drop-in, Monty. That broadcast school has really paid off.
Welcome back. Heading to the top of the fifth inning, a quick moving ball game here in Texas so far. Tonight, Philadelphia, game number 4 in Arizona. Christopher Sanchez versus Joe Mantiply. This should be a really high-scoring game. Mantiply, 3 innings so far in the postseason, has a 9 ERA. But more so on that, for the 2023 season, his ERA is a 4.62. So Arizona's offense is going to have to really be on point. It looks like it's more of a bullpen game than anything else. We head to the top of the fifth inning. Kyle Tucker comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch up top for a high strike. It's 0-1. So far, home plate umpire Marvin Hudson has had a pretty wide strike zone, especially north and south. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is lifted into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit, and it's a leadoff single for the Houston Astros. 1 on and nobody out. Chas McCormick will be the batter. Time is called. Montgomery wanting a new ball. McCormick 0 for 1. Lefty-righty matchup. Montgomery flips it over to first to keep Tucker close by. Jordan Montgomery sits at 50 pitches so far, so very economical through 4 innings. He's not a big strikeout pitcher. He normally pitches pretty deep into games, tries to keep the ball down. The 0-1 pitch, the first pitch on the way is swung on, fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. McCormick 0 for 1. Runner on first, nobody out. Houston 1, Texas nothing. Top of the fifth inning. The 0-1 pitch swung on, lifted high, not very deep into center field. Coming in, making the catch on the jog is Tavares, and there's one away. There is a college football game on later tonight as well. Not what you would consider a marquee matchup, but there is a game on tonight. SMU will be at Temple this evening. 24-point spread for the Mustangs. First pitch on the way From Montgomery to Pena, who's 0 for 1. Pena takes it down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Pena batting .226 this postseason. Remember last season, he was one of the unsung heroes of the championship run by the Astros. The 1-0, down and away, 2-0. It's kind of a lighter slate for college football. Normally there's a few games in Division I on Friday night, but tonight, just the one. Big slate tomorrow. The 2-0 pitch, swung on, banged onto the ground to short. Seager has it, flips it over to Simeon, and Simeon spits the bit, drops the ball, and they're going to call everybody safe. I think Bruce Bochy wants to challenge it. Looking at the replay, it looked like that he did get the ball. Now, he did not transfer it, and that'll be the question. Oh, no, he didn't. Bochy's going to lose another challenge. This is a bad challenge by Bochy. Bochy, remember, lost his challenge last night early in the game. That's just an old-fashioned error by Simeon. Ball hit him right there in the glove, and he just didn't close it in time and dropped it. They're hoping to get the out there, but he never had it. Tomorrow, the college football slate, pretty good one. We'll have the Armchair Quarterback Kickoff Show on Armchair QB Radio tomorrow, 10 a.m. to noon. We'll share it here on this channel. A lot of big games tomorrow. Ohio State, Penn State. And Bochy lost another challenge. That was a pretty obvious one. I'm not going to blame Bochy on that, but who is ever in their box making the decision to challenge, that person needs to be get rid of during the offseason. Because this is 2 nights in a row that they've made some really bad decisions on challenging. That one right there was just absolutely awful. That'll bring Maldonado to the plate. Maldonado, runner on first and second, 1 out. The first pitch on the way, swung on, blasted high and deep into right field. Making the catch is Garcia. There's 2 away on the catch. Tucker tags up and goes from second to third. So you got runners on the corners and 2 outs. Considering Maldonado's numbers, that was kind of a gift from Montgomery because he had some very good success on him coming into tonight's action. So that's the good news for the Rangers. The bad news for the Rangers, runners on the corners, 2 outs, and Jose Altuve is coming to the plate. Altuve, 2 home runs in this postseason, a .250 average, 2 RBI. Lefty-righty matchup. Montgomery comes set. The southpaw delivers. Curveball way outside wide, nowhere near the zone. It's 1-0. Standing on deck is Dubon. The 1-0. Montgomery lifts the glove and lets her fly. Squeeze play attempted. Bunt is out in front of home plate, and Hine jumps on it, pounces it, fires it down to first, and it's a 2-3 put out to end the inning. May not have been a terrible idea. I was just about to say I noticed Altuve's eyes were cutting towards third. I thought maybe they had something like a steal set up with the left-hander on the mound and Tucker's speed, but instead they tried to squeeze one in. We'll be back in a flash. It's 1-0 heading to the bottom of the 5th.
Billy, how come your socks aren't the same color?
I don't know, Brandy. How come your kids don't have the same last name?
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Warren Spahn, in his career, had 363 wins, 356 with the Braves, 4 with the Mets, and 3 with the Giants. Batting, he had 363 hits, 356 with the Braves, 4 with the Mets, and 3 with the Giants. How about the playoffs? He had 4 playoff wins, and you guessed it, 4 playoff hits.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limited hearing, full stop making lane change signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays all over Braves country. Talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays.
But for all Johnson's skill and speed, there was one hitter whom he could not seem to intimidate. A young Georgian playing for Detroit, who soon found a way to get hits off Johnson. Walter Johnson was a kindly man, the Georgian explained, and never really wanted to hurt anybody.
It was useless to try for more than a single off Johnson. You had to poke and try to meet the ball. If you swung, you were dead. After he told me he was afraid he might kill a hitter, I used to cheat. I'd crowd the plate till I was actually sticking my toes on it, knowing he'd be so timid that he'd pitch me wide. Then with 2 balls and no strikes, he'd ease one up to get it one over. That's the Johnson pitch I hit.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Verlander to Josh Young. Fastball on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. You're just joining us. Altuve trying a squeeze play with 2 outs that ended the inning a second ago. The 0-1 pitch, high and inside, 1-1. That's one of those plays that if you don't get it, everyone's going to kill you and say it was a dumb play. If you do get it, it was genius. The 1-1 off the plate. Why did he go around? They're going to check down the first base side. Dan Bellino says he did. It's 1-2. Young doesn't like it. Think he might have went around. So a 1-2 count. It seems like a very low, as the 1-2 pitch is swung on, fisted foul out of play. It seems like a play that's going to have low percentage, but then again, getting a base hit in Major League Baseball is low percentage. It was a pretty decent bunt. I'll tell you, Altuve will tell you that he would have liked the ball to not have that backspin. The ball bounced and then spun right back to the catcher. If it drifts away a little bit, Altuve may have beat it out. It's 1-2-2's fouled off. So a 2-2 count to Young. Righty-righty matchup, bottom of the 5th inning. Pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. Good take by Young that time. Didn't offer. Full count. Verlander just at 53 pitches. You got to figure the way he's going, he might be able to give 6, even 7 innings for the Astros tonight. Full count from Verlander. Pitch on the way. Swung on. Lifted high. Not very deep into right field. Misplaying the ball as Tucker reroutes himself and is able to catch the ball right there at the warning track for a dicey out number 1. He was coming in, just misread it. Once again, Verducci's down there interviewing Dusty Baker in the middle of the inning. I mean, I've just one time I'd like Dusty Baker to say something to the effect of, "Can you leave me alone?" First pitch on the way to Nathaniel Lowe is a fastball up top, misses high. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. Fastball misses outside wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. I don't think the bunt by the Astros is as bad as it looks, especially because they had the lead. The 2-0 pitch on the way, swung on, foul back out of play, 2-1. If you're down 1-0 and it's late in the game and you're taking the bat out of one of your better batters, I can see that argument. But considering the fact he's not only does he have good speed, but he's a very good bunter, always has been, it's not a terrible idea. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Pumped the fastball right by him, about letter high. Hindsight's always 20/20, and folks are probably going to kill him for trying that if Texas goes on to win the game 2-1 or whatever. But I really think it wasn't that bad of a play call. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and lifts it high and deep down the left field line, going back on the track. It is gone. A solo shot. That ball kept going and going and going, and the Energizer Bunny has tied it up 1-1. I did not think that ball was leaving the building. Of course, they do have quite the popcorn stand down the lines here in Texas, much deeper in the center field park. Ball's been absolutely flying out of here the past couple of nights. So we're back to this. It's a new game. It's 1-1. Bottom of the fifth, the pitcher's duel we thought we would get. Verlander is going to shake it off and go back to work. The first pitch on the way to Garver is a curveball right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 righty-righty matchup. Kicks and deals. Another curveball, top of the zone. Might have been his change, but it was a high change. Had curving action. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Garver, who walked his first time up, trying to find a way to get on board. The 0-2 pitch. Down and away. Good take by Garver. It's 1-2. Verlander still at a good number as far as pitch count goes. He's only at 62 pitches. A lot of that has to do with some early bad swinging top of the order by Texas. 1-2 pitch misses high and out of the zone. Fastball tried to get him to chase. It's 2-2. The 2-2. Righty-righty matchup. Heim stands on deck, the left-hander. One down. Verlander calls for time. I think he wants to have a quick powwow with Maldonado. They're not on the same page. Home plate umpire Marvin Hudson's going out there as well. So one down, the game is tied 1-1. Righty-righty matchup. Verlander digs in. The pitch on the way. Caught looking, strike 3. Whatever Maldonado and Verlander discussed when he went out there to the mound a second ago, Garver was not privy to that information. He was just caught looking. That'll bring Jonah Heim to the plate. Heim 1-for-1 with a single in the third. The first pitch on the way to Heim is sawed off, dribbled down the third base line, just foul. It's 0-1. That stays fair. That would have been trouble. The Astros, for those of y'all listening on radio, the Astros are playing Heim to pull as a left-handed bat against the right-hander. So Bregman is essentially playing shortstop position. would have had a long way to go. The 0-1 pitch. Verlander lets her go, swing, and fouls it out of play. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Justin Verlander just at 66 pitches here in the bottom of the fifth. Got to figure that's going to set him up to probably go through the lineup one more time. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and pops it back foul. We'll do it again. Astros 1, Rangers 1. Series tied 2-2. The 0-2 pitch. Kicks and deals, pops it up. Another can of corn. Over by second base. Making the catch is the shortstop Pena, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Texas Rangers tie it up. It's 1-1. We head to the top of the sixth inning here in Arlington.
I have never said that you aren't good at what you do. It's just that what you do is not worth doing.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Here are some.
Carrie, you're asking about why starting pitchers can't go much beyond 6 innings anymore. There's a lot of reasons. One of it comes down to is the first pitch on the way from Montgomery to Dubon is a fastball, misses outside. Now they're going to call that a wide strike one. It's 0-1. Montgomery might have gotten a gift there. Top of the sixth inning, 1-1 your score. The 0-1 pitch, down and in, 1-1. So obviously one of the things that they started tracking a while back was pitch count. You hear it talked about a lot. Pitch count plays into it quite a bit. Something they never used to pay attention to years ago. The 1-1 swung on, fisted, foul, and out of play. It's 1-2. And there's a lot of schools of thoughts. There, the old seam heads, guys like Nolan Ryan will tell you that because they don't pitch as deep into games, their arms aren't ready to get pitch deep into games. So it's kind of a domino effect. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Curveball on the outer edge, and there's one away. But then the other thing that started happening that really got them kind of gun shy with the pitch count was all the Tommy John surgeries. I don't think that's necessarily what was causing it. I think more than anything else is you had kids early on at a young age, as the first pitch on the way to Bregman is right there at the knees for a strike. Good curveball. It's 0-1. You had kids at an early age playing travel ball and whatnot and playing baseball year round. These pitchers throwing breaking balls at an early age and never taking time off. Most kids growing up in the 60s and 70s and 80s and whatnot, yeah, they played a lot of baseball as the 0-1 pitch down and away. Misses, it's 1-1. But they also were playing other sports, so you weren't wearing out your arm, because any kind of ligament in your arm is basically just a rubber band that you're wearing down. So that's why the pitch count became a big thing. But then the other thing that comes into play is the 1-1 pitch, down and away, 2-1. Now you're in the world of analytics. And one of the things that they look at, it's not just the pitch count, it's how many times through a pitcher is going through a lineup. 2-1, down and in, ball 3. And one of the things that they see analytics, especially you see it's more pronounced in the postseason, is that when a batter sees a pitcher second and third time through the lineup, as the 3-1 pitch is outside wide, ball 4, and Bregman draws a walk, you could tell Montgomery didn't want any part to do with Bregman. Bregman really put some good swings on him all night long. You don't see this much, but he pitched around Bregman to get to Alvarez. So when you start seeing these pitchers' statistics, second and third time through the lineup, the batting average, the slugging percentage, it goes through the roof. So that's what it really comes down to. It's how many times through the order a manager is willing to let their pitcher see the lineup. And it's not always up to the manager. A lot of this is done by the analytics department. It's taken out of their hand. First pitch on the way to Alvarez is a fastball on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. So, for instance, right now, this is the third time through the lineup for Montgomery. But he's pitched so well in the postseason, they're willing to give him a go. Plus, he's only at 68 pitches. The 0-1 from Jordan. Down below the knees. Called for a low strike. It's 0-2. Alvarez didn't like it. Looked like it might have grabbed the bottom corner. Lefty-lefty matchup. 0-2 count. 1 down, 1 on. Tie ball game. The pitch on the way. Down and away. Trying to get him to chase slider off the plate. Alvarez did not flinch. It's 1-2. The 1-2. Montgomery comes set. Pitch on the way. Just below the zone. Good take by Alvarez. Evens up the count at 2-2. But one of the reasons why we're always referencing the pitch count is because they do pay attention to, it's not just how many pitches, but how many pitches you've done in so many innings. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, foul, back out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. They don't bug out about a guy throwing 100 pitches if it's spread out over 7-8 innings. What they worry about is 100 pitches being thrown in 5 innings. The 2-2. Montgomery fires, swing, and that ball's banged off the plate. We'll do it again. So a 2-2 count. And I know we use them as an example quite a bit. But the Braves 2021 team, they kind of turned a switch and went straight to analytics about halfway through that year. The 2-2 pitch from Montgomery, swung on, banged off the plate. Just stayed alive, got a stitch or two of that ball. We'll do it again. It's 2-2 to Alvarez. About to have the 8th pitch of this at bat. Primarily sinker and curve to Alvarez. Standing on deck is Abreu. Montgomery does not want to face Abreu, excuse me. The 2-2 pitch, swung on, grounded into the hole, under the glove of Lowe, and the Astros have runners on first and third and one out here in the top of the 6th. Good piece of hitting by Alvarez. Scalded that ball under the glove of Lowe. I don't watch a lot of their games, but I have not been impressed by Lowe's glove work over there. He is slow to get the glove down. So runners on the corners, one out. Jose Abreu coming to the plate. A big spot here. Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, is out there to talk to Montgomery. It's just 75 pitches, but once again, this is the 3rd time through the lineup. Bruce Bochy's a little more old school, and that's why you'll see him stick with Montgomery. I think if this were the Tampa Bay Rays or one of the other teams that go straight analytics, I think you would have already seen Montgomery pulled. The right-hander Spores is warming up in the bullpen, but it looks like they're going to give it a go. It might be because Tucker is standing on deck. After Tucker, you got righty due up, and at that point they might go to Spores. But it's a bit of a roll of the dice here for the Rangers. Runners on the corners, one out. Power hitter Abreu comes to the plate. He takes a hack at the first pitch. Swing and a miss at the curveball. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Abreu digs in. Montgomery lets her fly. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Went back to the curveball again. There's a good dip on that curveball. Will he go back to it a 3rd consecutive pitch? To try to straighten one out and then go back to it. The go-ahead run stands on 3rd. You know runs are going to be at a premium with Verlander on the mound. The 0-2 pitch from Montgomery. Lifts the glove. Comes set and fires. Swing, and that ball's hit off of the shortstop Seager. He boots it. That'll be a run. And runners will go to first to third. Another bad infield play by Texas Rangers. Bad defensive move by their shortstop Seager, and it's 2-1 Houston. That was a pretty routine hit ball. Kind of short hopped him in front, but just a terrible job by Seager. Didn't get in front of the ball, and he knows it. Lefty-lefty matchup. Tucker is up to the plate. Houston leads it 2-1. Where's Garrett wanting to spend $300 million on Seager? Kyle Tucker's 1 for 2. The 1-0 pitch. Up top, misses high. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Montgomery looks in. Fires, kicks, and deals. Inside almost gets him, ball 3. Montgomery at the end of his rope. Got runners on the corners. 1 out. The lead is gone. The tie is gone. The 3-0 pitch. Up top. Misses high. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded, and Bochy will finally come out and get him. Might be too little too late. But the bases are loaded. Spores will come in. Montgomery, who pitched well coming into this inning, just looks like they left him in just a little too long. We'll be back in a flash. Astros lead it 2-1, and the bases are juiced.
Your feelings about going to Atlanta, no doubt it was your first preference.
Definitely. And Atlanta chose me, and I'm very pleased with that decision. I can't wait to get to town and get with them fans down there and pack them in there.
When Detroit took the other Sanders, I saw a big grin come across your face.
I was so happy. But I was kind of scared. I thought Detroit was going to take me. I would have asked for so much money that I had to put me on layaway.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves country. Braves country.
If you're interested in going scumbag, I sell a starter kit. It includes a second phone, fake addresses, and some golf shirts. I don't golf. Nobody does. Golf was invented purely so husbands can cheat on their wives. A 6-hour game in a completely different town where you need special shirts? I don't think so.
It is ridiculous to pay ball players $2,000 a year, especially when the $800 boys often do just as well. William Hulbert.
William A. Hulbert, a ruthless coal magnate who owned the Chicago White Stockings, became the National League's president. He immediately took steps to revive the reputation of the professional game. Players were forbidden to drink on the field or off. No beer was to be served on the grounds. Gambling was barred. Ticket prices were set at 50 cents, and no games were to be played on Sundays. Above all, power was to be invested in the owners, not the players.
Welcome back. Spores. Mason McCormick fired the first pitch in for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on, lifted to right field, coming in, making the catches. Garcia fires it into the infield, and Alvarez will slam on the brakes at third, and there's 2 away. Thank you, Director. It's good to see that. I didn't even know you were in here. I was wondering if you'd made any plays tonight. So bases loaded, Pena to the plate. The first pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is rifled up the middle, backhanded by Simeon. Jumps up, fires it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. So the Houston Astros take a 2-1 lead. It could be much, much bigger right now as a couple of good defensive plays by Simeon and Garcia keep it a 1-run game. We'll be back in a flash. Braves Country Radio bringing you the American League Championship Series, game number 5.
To further solidify their control, the owners added a reserve clause to the contracts of the 5 best men on every team. It required that each play only for his current employer and reserved his services for the following year. At first, few complained. To be reserved was to be sure of a job for the coming season. Those who did complain that the reserve clause smacked of slavery, fired, then blacklisted. For the first time in the history of the game, players would serve the interests of the owners. For the next 100 years, the professional game would be dominated by those who owned the field and supplied the ball. Players.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Justin Verlander. To the top of the order, Marcus Semien is taken high for a ball. It's 1-0. Semien has been first pitch swinging quite a bit. The 1-0 pitch, swung on, popped up, out of play over the third base dugout. It's 1-1. Not just Semien, a lot of the batters on the Texas side, including the man on deck, Corey Seager. Semien, 0 for 2. The 1-1 on the way from Verlander. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Fastball up top. I think sometimes with these better pitchers, some of your batters just want to try to ambush them, hoping to get a good pitch to hit early in the count, but it can backfire on you, as we have seen. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on, pops it up, high in the sky, just past the infield dirt into shallow left field. Making the catch is the shortstop, Pena, and there's one away. Semien had that error earlier in the game, but I'll tell you what, that was a nifty play by Semien going to his left to end that inning. Or actually, sorry, going to his right, backhanding it, and then firing it over to his left. First pitch on the way to Corey Seager's up top for a ball. It's 1-0. Seager's 0 for 2. Pop out and a fly out. That is the first time he's taken a pitch tonight. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Verlander just 74 pitches into the game. His third time through the order. The pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is rifled down the right field line. That's going to get into the quarter, rattle around like a pinball. Here comes Seager. He's flying around first, heading to second. Feet first slide, and he is safe. And the Texas Rangers have the tying run standing on second base. Good piece of hitting by Seager. Went with the curveball. Verlander would like to have that one back. He hung it a little bit, and Seager was able to rip it down the right field line for extra bases. First pitch on the way to Carter is swung on, and he rifles that into left field. Quickly grabbed by McCormick, fires it into the infield, and Seager, I think it might have caught him by surprise, got a late jump. And any way you look at it, they had to slam on the brakes with Seager. They do have runners on the corners and one out. You typically expect Seager to score on a base hit. I see what happened now. He had to hold up. He thought possibly the third baseman, Bregman, was going to catch that on a line drive. Miller, the pitching coach, is out there to talk to Verlander. Verlander just 76 pitches in, but this is his third time through the order. And just like Montgomery, we see the Texas batters getting better swings. Adolis Garcia's 0 for 2 on the night. A ground out, a fly out. First pitch on the way. It swung on him. That ball's belted high and deep. Going back on the track. Is it gone? It is gone. A 3-run bomb, and Garcia slams his bat in between home and first, and the Texas Rangers have come storming back to take a 4-2 lead here in the bottom of the sixth. Holy cow. Garcia sitting dead red and did not miss. Verlander, the moment that ball was swung on, he threw some expletives that we can't share on radio. He knew he'd gotten the wrong pitch to the wrong guy. Wow. So, new ball game, 4-2 your score. The first pitch on the way to Tavares is down and in for a ball. It's 0-1. Still a long way to go in this one. Texas leads by 2. This has a feel of a series that might go 7. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, pops it up. High in the sky. Weak fly ball over to short. Pena's got it. There's quickly 2 away. They're showing the replay of Garcia's reaction. I mean, that ball was towering. Knew he'd gotten a lot of it and just wasn't sure what part of the... If it's about 10 feet to the right, it would have been really close to getting to the wall. First pitch on the way to Young. Down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Texas 4, Houston 2, bottom of the 6th inning. Josh Young. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses high. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Standing on deck is Lowe. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball's lifted to left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Seeing eye single by Josh Young, and he keeps the inning going here in the bottom of the 6th. Verlander at 82 pitches. He's looked over at the dugout a couple of times. I think he's spent, and here comes Dusty Baker. It was either that or he was looking over, hoping he wasn't going to come. Any way you look at it, his night will be through. We'll be back in a flash. Brand new ball game here in the Lone Star State. Texas leads at 4-2 here in the 6th inning.
Well, you know I love my family. It's just sometimes I want to get in the car and run them all over.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. You might know MC Hammer as the rapper who made You Can't Touch This. As a teenager, he was a bat boy for the Oakland Athletics, and Reggie Jackson gave him the nickname Hammer. Jackson thought MC Hammer looked like Hank Aaron, whose nickname was Hammer and Hank. The Yankees currently have a no beards policy, but the Cincinnati Reds actually had a similar policy for around 30 years. In the late 1960s, general manager Bob Howsam enforced a no facial hair policy in order to give the Reds a presentable look. But the policy ended in 1999 when the Reds traded for Greg Vaughn.
It's the 21st century, and there are just so many fun and exciting ways to lose your money. So many ways to make your life even more interesting with crippling financial burdens. Why not one more way? New in Canada, it's Solitaire, MMORPG. Play with yourself, online. See other people playing with themselves, online. Poverty Poker Online, now offering Solitaire, a new way.
Welcome back. Hector Neris will take over. Rangers lead at 4-2. Still a long way to go in this one. Bottom of the sixth inning. First pitch on the way from Neris to the left-hander low is down and low for a ball. It's 1-0. Be interested to hear if that was Altuve's idea to drop the bunt or if he got that from the dugout. The 1-0 pitch, down and in, 2-0. I would tend to think he probably got the call in that spot, especially the way he was cutting his eyes towards third. Like he'd picked up something from the third base coach. Because Tucker had a really good jump on that, so I would think that's coming from the dugout. So a 2-0 count after Neris flips it over to first to keep the runner close by. 2 outs, 1 on. The pitch on the way. Up high, misses, ball 3. Standing on deck is Garver. Both of these teams are off tomorrow. Game 6 is in Houston on Sunday. So everyone in the bullpen would be available tonight. The 3-0 pitch just grabs the outer edge. They're going to call that a ball. Looked like that hit the zone. Blues been all over the place tonight. That was a really bad call. Hit the top corner of the zone. Runner on first and second, 2 outs, 4-2 your score. Yeah, if it's a successful bunt, it would have scored the runner. First pitch on the way to Garver is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Remember, Tucker was standing on third at the time. Maldonado calls for time. Neris didn't see it at first. He was about to launch a pitch. Maldonado going out there to talk to Neris. Might be going over signs with the runner on second. Runner on first and second, 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th inning. Neris back to work. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and out of play down the right field line. It's 0-2. It's about that time to turn back time. We'll squeeze these in as we go along. You had an 0-2 count from Neris. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swung on, pops it up. High into center field, coming in. Making the play is Dubon, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Texas Rangers take a 2-run lead. We'll be back in a flash. ALCS game number 5. Series tied 2 apiece.
He doesn't know what he's being doing because the part of his brain that should know is getting a wedgie from the rest of his brain.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. While warming up for a game in 1983, Yankees player Dave Winfield accidentally hit a bird with a ball. After the game, he was actually taken to a local police station and charged with animal cruelty. Fortunately for Winfield, charges were quickly dropped. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
After a spectacular early season in 1877, the Louisville Grays of the new National League mysteriously lost 7 games in a row. Players bobbled the ball, seemed to slow between bases, swung suspiciously wide. The Grays lost the pennant. Afterwards, some were seen wearing fancy clothes and diamond stick pins. An investigation revealed that gamblers had bought off 4 players, including one of the National League's greatest pitchers, the popular Jim Devlin. When confronted with the evidence, Devlin confessed.
Was introduced to a man named McLeod, who said when I wanted to make a little money to let him know was to use the word sash in telegraphing, and he would know what was meant. We made a contract to throw a game in Indianapolis, received $100 from McLeod for it, and gave it to my wife.
Houston Astros. Texas Rangers lead at 4-2. On this date in 1988, the Los Angeles Dodgers become world champions when Orel Hershiser limits the Oakland A's to 4 singles in Game 5 of the World Series. LA beats Oakland 5-1 in the game. The right-hander, who also won Game 2, is named the MVP of the Fall Classic. Maldonado digs in. The first pitch on the way from Spores is a 97-mile-an-hour fastball off the edge wide. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. The 1-0. Kicks and deals. Inside. Wildly inside, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Houston trails 4-2. Top of the 7th inning, nobody out. The 2-0 pitch. Fastball right down the pipe, taking it all the way was Maldonado, 2-1. The 2-1 from Spores. Lets him go. Swing and a miss up top. It's 2-2. 96-mile-an-hour heater just under the hands of Maldonado. He'll take a quick timeout. On this date in 1990, the Cincinnati Reds complete their World Series sweep, beating the heavily favored Oakland A's in Oakland County Coliseum, winning the game 2-1. The ninth inning help from Randy Myers is the 2-2 pitch. Guess that was low. Full count. Curveball. Curveball definitely hit the bottom of the zone, but this has been par for the course for Marvin Hudson tonight. So a full count pitch on the way from Spores. Fastball misses, ball 4. Maldonado draws a leadoff walk. Yells towards the Astros dugout, trying to fire him up, and he'll head down to first. On this date in 1990, the Reds complete their sweep of the Oakland A's, beating the heavily favored Oakland A's in County Coliseum, winning the game 2-1. With ninth inning help from Randy Myers, Jose Ria earns his second win of the 4-series sweep, going 8 1/3 innings. Jose Altuve comes to the plate. The first pitch to Altuve is swung on, and that ball's belted deep into left field. Leaping, making a catch at the 372 mark is the rookie Evan Carter, and there's one away. The way Spores went down the moment that ball was hit, I thought it might be leaving the stadium. I think Spores thought it was. Good defensive play by Carter. Running back and just had to leap and stick his glove up just before the wall. First pitch on the way to Dubon is swung on and rifled foul down the right field line. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. Spores kicks and deals. Fastball high and out of the zone. 98 miles an hour. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Maldonado stands at first. Dubon, the righty matchup. Pitch down and in. Did he go around? You're going to say he did. It's 1-2. Kind of a half-hearted swing. One of those ones you try to pull up that didn't quite stop the trigger in time. So a 1-2 pitch from Spores. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 98, blew it right by him up top. About letter high, hard one to lay off of, and there's 2 away. That was a high heater, 4-seam fastball coming right down the line. That'll bring Alex Bregman to the plate. Bregman takes the first pitch off the plate and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Curveball to start off Bregman. Bregman hit a solo shot to get things going here in the first inning against Jordan Montgomery, who has since been lifted. Texas 4, Houston 2, top 7. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, banged off the plate. It's 1-1. Standing on deck is Alvarado. Be interesting to see if the Rangers would let Spores face him. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that change, and it's 1-2. It's a nasty pitch, almost sinker type dive. So a 1-2 count, 1 on, 2 outs. Righty-righty matchup. Bregman stands in with Alvarez on deck. A pitch on the way. Fastball caught, looking, strike three. Bregman doesn't like it. I think he's got a beef. That'll end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Marvin Hudson, the story in this game, his strike zone has been all over the joint. Get up and stretch, y'all.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. All one, two, three. We out to the ball. We out to the find me something up right to that.
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me through.
You sound better tonight.
Welcome back. Looks like Hector Neris is going to go back out there for the bottom of the 7th inning. Set to face Heim, Simeon, and Seager. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way to the number 9 hitter Heim is off the plate wide and high. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Kicks and deals way high and out of the zone, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Series tied at 2 apiece. Game 6 will be in Houston. Aroldis Chapman is warming up in the bullpen of the Texas Rangers. 2-0, swung on, popped back foul down the third base line, bending out of play. It's 2-1. So Chapman will be coming on to face Alvarez next inning. Due up are Alvarez, Abreu, and then the left-handed Tucker again. I'd say after those three, he'll be out of the game. The 2-1 pitch to Heim as Neris gets a new ball and comes set. Lifts the glove. Lets her go. Swing, and that ball's hit high and deep into center field, going back on the track. Making the catch is the center field Dubon in right center. Just a hair before the warning track, there's one away. No game tomorrow as these teams will, though they live in close proximity, they will have the travel day. Then back at it Sunday night at 8 o'clock first pitch. Game 7, if needed, Monday night, 8 o'clock. First pitch on the way to Simeon, swung on and dribbled out in front of the mound. He's once again a quick out, and there's 2 away. So 2 down, and Seager comes to the plate. Neris looking into the dugout. I think he wanted to know if he was facing Seager. It looks like Dusty's going to leave him in. Carter, the left-hander, he is also on deck. First pitch on the way to Seager. Down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Tried to chase that splitter. 2 outs, bottom of the 7th inning. The 1-0 pitch. Down and in, nowhere near the zone. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. On deck is Carter. Garcia in the hole. 2 away. The pitch on the way. Down and away. Did he go around? He did. Strike 1. Third base umpire Mark Rippinger rang him up. 2-1 to Seager. 1 for 3 on the night. The 2-1 pitch. Down and away. 3-1. The 3-1 swing, and that ball's grounded over to first. Brady's got it, flips it over to Neris, who's covering the bag, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Aroldis Chapman looks to be coming into the game. We've got a 4-2 ball game heading to the 8th inning here in Arlington.
Will you share this toothbrush holder with me?
I would love to.
Did we really need to be here for this?
Call me crazy, but I found it moving.
The magnitude of the conspiracy stunned the baseball world. The Louisville Grays suspended the accused players, who claimed they had only done it because their owners had failed to pay them their wages. Devlin was brought before National League President William Hulbert.
Devlin was in tears. Hulbert was in tears. I saw Hulbert take a $50 bill and press it into the palm of the prostrate player. And then I heard him say, "That's what I think of you personally. Damn you, Devlin. You are dishonest. You have sold a game, and I can't trust you. Now go and let me never see your face again, for your act will not be condoned so long as I live. Albert Goodwill Spaulding."
You mean to tell me we're going to drive from here to Texarkana, Texas, and back to here in 28 hours?
It's only 900 miles there, 900 miles back.
Well, for your information, that ain't never been done, not no rig.
That's because you and I ain't never done it in no rig. You got to stop thinking so negative, son.
Welcome back. 8th inning here in the Lone Star State. We got a 4-2 ball game. Raldis Chapman, the left-hander, set to face Alvarez. Yordan Alvarez takes the first pitch, 101 miles an hour, up and in for a ball. Close shave. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Lefty-lefty matchup. The southpaw delivers. Fastball misses high and wide. They called, either way it was going to be is 2-0. Calling an automatic ball on Chapman. Bochy wants an explanation. Seemed like he delivered it pretty quickly, but Fox isn't showing the clock on the board, so it's hard to gauge whether or not. The 2-0 pitch. Kicks and deals. Inside, ball 3. So Chapman, coming out of the bullpen, can't find the strike zone. Yordan Alvarez, 1 for 6 lifetime, but does have a home run versus Chapman. The 3-0 pitch. Fastball right there at the knees, 99 miles an hour. 3-1. Chapman can still bring it. What's been his biggest Achilles heel as he's aged is just not being consistent in the zone, but he still has that high heater. The 3-1 pitch right there for a strike. Pulled the string on that one. It's a full count. Good pitch by Chapman. Bended that slider in there. 89 miles an hour, grabbed the corner. So a 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 101 miles an hour. Up top and off the edge, and there's one away. Big out for Chapman. He's obviously was brought in to face Alvarez. He'll have to face the right-handed bat of Abreu, but you'd think the main thing was to time it up where Alvarez and Tucker, 2 left-handed bats right there in the lineup. The first pitch on the way to Abreu is down and in. For a ball, it's 1-0. Jose Abreu, he is 1 for 5 with a double lifetime versus Chapman. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses inside, 100 miles an hour. It's 2-0. So a 2-0 count from Chapman. Lefty-righty matchup. The southpaw kicks and delivers. Fastball on the edge for a strike. 101 miles an hour. Just kisses the black on the outer edge. It's 2-1. Rangers 4, Astros 2, the 2-1 pitch. Down and in. Tried to get him to chase that slider. 3-1. So a 3-1 count. In danger of walking Abreu, which would bring the tying run to the plate in the form of Kyle Tucker. Lefty-righty matchup. Chapman comes set. Lets her fly. Swing and a miss. 101 miles an hour right there under the hands. Looked like it would have been a strike. It's 3-2. Full count. Rangers faithful on their feet. The pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball is hit hard down the right field line. Just foul. We'll do it again. Full count. Full count. Chapman comes set. The pitch on the way. Swung on, pops it up. High into right field. Coming in, making the catch is Garcia. And there's 2 away. Leclerc, the closer, is warming up in the Texas bullpen. They would love to wait until the 9th to bring him in, but you got to figure this may be Chapman's last batter no matter what. Left-handed Tucker digs in. The first pitch on the way from Chapman. It's a fastball off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Chapman has fallen behind every batter he's faced so far. He's come back to work the 2 outs. The 1-0 pitch. Up top, misses 2-0. See, he fell behind Alvarez 3-0, behind Abreu 2-0, behind Tucker 2-0. The 2-0 pitch to Tucker. Swung on, and that ball is lifted down the left field line, and it is off the wall in fair territory. Bounces off the wall. Here comes Carter to grab it off the carom. Tucker will stop at second, and it's a 2-out slicing double into the corner here in the top of the 8th inning. Good piece of hitting by Tucker, and here comes Bochy. That will be it for Chapman. He was coming in to face those 2 lefties. He got one of them. That'll bring Leclerc into the game. The tying run is standing at home plate here in the top of the 8th inning, 4-2 Rangers. We'll be back in a flash.
Despite growing professionalism, the pure game survived in thousands of small towns all across the country. Sam Crawford, who would one day become one of the best outfielders in the game, first played on a traveling town team from Wahoo, Nebraska.
I remember when I made my first baseball trip, a bunch of us from around Wahoo made a trip overland in a wagon drawn by a team of horses. I think there were 11 or 12 of us. One of the boys was a cornet player, and when we'd come to a town, he'd whip out that cornet and sound off. People would all come out to see what was going on, and we'd announce that we were the Wahoo team and were ready for the ball game.
Welcome back. Top of the 8th inning, 2 outs. Rangers lead it by 2, but the tying run is coming to the plate for the Houston Astros. On this date in 1996, Andrew Jones becomes the 4th rookie in baseball history to hit 2 home runs in the same World Series game. And he goes deep twice in Game 1 at Yankee Stadium. The Braves center fielder joins Charlie Keller of the 1939 Yankees, Tony Kubek of the 1957 Yankees, and Willie McGee of the 1982 St. Louis Cardinals in accomplishing that feat. Leclerc coming in, the right-hander, set to face McCormick. Jose Leclerc, 7 1/3 innings this postseason, 1 earned run. 7 strikeouts, but does have 3 walks. Looks like Michael Brantley's going to come on and pinch hit for McCormick. Veteran left-hander, righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way. Just clips the outer part of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. On this date in 2004, with their 4th consecutive ALCS game, win the American League pennant, the Boston Red Sox beat the Yankees 10-3 in the Bronx. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Red Sox become the only team in history of Major League Baseball to overcome a 3-0 deficit to win a 7-game series, and that was on this date 19 years ago. You got an 0-2 count. That's your turn back time for October 20th in Major League Baseball. You got an 0-2 count, righty-lefty matchup. Leclerc comes set, looks in, lets her go. Fastball just misses outside, 97 miles an hour. It's 1-2. Runner on second, 2 outs. Tucker is the runner at second, so he would score on anything to the outfield. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, rifled, foul down the left field line. We'll do it again. Texas 4, Houston 2, top 8. 2 outs, a 1-2 count on Brantley. Standing on deck is Pena. Maldonado in the hole. The 1-2 pitch. Up at top, misses high. 2-2. 97 mile an hour fastball. So a 2-2 count. Leclerc comes set. The pitch on the way. Just misses the outer edge. Ball 3. Clerk wanted that call. Looked like it just missed outside. Try to get that slider to hit the outer part of the zone. It was a good frame job by Heim, but it did look like it missed. Full count. Pitch on the way. Swung on. Hit high and deep down the left field line, but foul. We'll do it again. Texas 4, Houston 2, top of 8, full count. Leclerc comes set, the pitch on the way. Swing and pops it up. High in the sky, who wants it? Calling everybody off is Simeon. He'll make the catch. That was almost a disaster. That'll end the inning. So Houston threatens but fail to score. We head to the bottom of the 8th. It's a 2-run game here in the Lone Star State.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Do it! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Jet, hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Red Giant! Omaha! Time out!
Beware, my friend, and let me warn you. They're thinking of taking a bums to California. Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. Our house is not a home without some love. Don't let them leave our premises. LA will be their nemesis, but Brooklyn fits the Dodgers like a glove.
Visit Shane Company for meaningful holiday gifts. Our in-house design team creates unique styles of fine jewelry in every price range. Exquisite symbols crafted with superior standards and made to last a lifetime. We have a variety of diamond infinity designs to symbolize your everlasting love. We're also known for our natural and vibrant rubies, which represent enduring passion. Or select a stylish necklace with the stone in her favorite color or her birthstone, so you'll always be close to her heart. Our jewelry consultants in the store and online will help you find something beautiful to put under the tree. Your gift will be a symbol of your love that will be treasured forever. Now you have
Despite their pleas for forgiveness, Hulbert banned all 4 players from baseball forever. For 5 years, Jim Devlin haunted the corridors outside meetings of the National League club owners, hoping somehow to be reinstated. Desperate, he wrote to Harry Wright, still the most respected man in the game. Harry Wright did nothing.
Welcome back. Brian Abreu will come in for the Houston Astros to try to keep this a 2-run game. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Rangers lead at 4-2. First pitch on the way to Evan Carter's a 97-mile-an-hour fastball up high. Yes, it missed. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Carter, righty-lefty matchup. Carter 1 for 3 on the night. Pitch misses up high. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Game 5 of a series tied at 2 apiece. The 2-0. 96-mile-an-hour fastball misses outside, ball 3. 3-0 to Carter. Standing on deck is Adolis Garcia. His 3-run home run last time up changed the face of this game. The 3-0 pitch. Fastball right down the pipe, taken all the way as Carter. It's 3-1. Texas 4, Houston 2. Bottom of the 8th inning. The 3-1 pitch. Fastball. Looked like it hit the top of the zone. Missed call by Hudson once again. Carter will head down to first. 1 on, nobody out. And Adolis Garcia coming to the plate. Garcia getting a standing ovation from the Ranger faithful. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way to Garcia's inside, hits him. And Garcia immediately goes towards Maldonado, and the benches have cleared. The benches have cleared both sides, Texas and Houston. There is about to be a rumbling. Garcia, they are trying to hold him back. He tried to go around again to come after Maldonado. Unwise decision by Garcia. You're in the middle of a playoff run. If you get yanked, you might get suspended for the next game. They're trying to calm him down. I seriously doubt that was intentional, but Garcia believes that it was. Alvarez is trying to calm down Garcia. Alvarez has a hold of Garcia's arm. He's trying to stay in between. Alvarez of the Astros is trying to calm down Garcia. The pitch came in, and I think he thinks it's a direct result of him, for lack of a better term, pimping his last home run. When he hit home plate, I'm curious if Maldonado didn't say anything. So I don't know. It didn't look like Maldonado I don't know. The one thing I don't know about this, because I don't follow these teams, is there a history between these two? Garcia, he was ready to throw, that's for sure. Haven't gotten word if any of these players have been ejected. But Garcia, he was convinced that it was personal, that it wasn't just a ball that got away. And I'm not saying that it wasn't. I find it hard to believe that Abreu would do that in a playoff game when you're only trailing 2 runs in a game 5 at that. Now they're showing replays of these two teams hitting each other. But I mean, and I get it that this is a division rivalry, and I understand all that, but at the same token, you wouldn't think that they would put it on for there to be. Now they're showing a replay of this, must have been earlier in the season, of the two of them going at it, Maldonado and Garcia. There's a huddle by the umpires. Trying to catch myself up to speed on whether or not, I just doubt there was intent there. It just seemed, if they intended to hit Garcia there, that seems very, very dumb. I mean, to be honest with you, you would put another runner in scoring position, but Garcia was convinced. Hudson has done a terrible job behind home plate all night long, but he did a great job getting in between Garcia and Maldonado. He quickly jumped up and became a buffer between the two. Bullpen's emptied. Garcia appears to be okay. It looks like the ball hit him on the arm protector. The one thing I'll say is that Maldonado's reaction, his immediate reaction, he's looking down almost like he looks guilty. So I don't know. They're talking to Baker now, and Baker is ticked off. And I'd say they're probably tossing. If they're tossing the pitcher, I mean, they're making the notion that Baker's been kicked out of the game. But if you toss the pitcher, you're going to toss the manager anyway, so it doesn't realistically matter. So I'm curious to see if that's what the case is. Tempers are flaring here in the Lone Star State. If you're just joining us, Texas leads this 4-2. There was a runner on first, nobody out, and Abreu, the right-hander, threw a 97-mile-an-hour fastball that hit Garcia in the arm. Garcia was convinced that it was an intentional hit by pitch. Garcia's last time up, he hit a home run, and it was quite the show. It was a 3-run shot, and he pimped it. He stood, stared at it, then took the bat and slammed it down in between home and first. And 5 years ago, if you would have asked me, I would have said, well, yeah, that's what you get. But nowadays, the way that these players, I mean, they do this for every home run. It's really lost a lot of its pizzazz. So I have a hard time believing that would be the intent. But then again, these teams have a history, so the jury's out. I would have to hear confirmation post-game to be convinced. Alvarez of the Astros, I don't know if him and Garcia are friends off the field, but he was calming the flames. I can tell you right now, there's going to be a meme, an instant meme started because Garcia, for those listening on radio, is shaking his finger and saying no as the umpire's holding him back towards Maldonado. So it looks like, well, they kicked Dusty out, but for whatever reason, Dusty's still in the dugout. So I'm confused on what in the world's going on here. Dusty is making the argument, and I get it, that they would not intentionally hit Garcia. But I don't know if something was said. It looks like Garcia might be getting kicked out as well. He's heading to the locker room, so it looks like he's getting kicked out as well. So it's tit for tat. It's not crippling for the Rangers unless this game were to go into extra innings. They need his bat. You don't see this much in Major League Baseball postseason. That's for sure. You rarely see guys get kicked out. You rarely see pitchers going after a guy. And if you're just joining us or you stepped away, you missed it. Because runner on first, nobody out. And this is in light of the Garcia home run. He hit a bomb that gave the Rangers the lead in the 6th. In between home and first, as he watched it and stared at, once the ball actually left the building, he slammed the bat down, for lack of a better term, spiked it like a football. Then jogged around the bases. That was his next at bat, was the one that he gets hit on the arm. But I don't see anything that Maldonado is doing during this entire encounter that would make you think that the next time up he was going to be in for it. And they're showing the cameras and they're showing him go around the bases, and maybe there's something at the end that they may see. When Garcia comes over and he crosses home plate, Maldonado's nowhere near the plate. He is over near the in between home plate and the Astros third base dugout when Garcia hits the plate and heads towards first. So but Garcia's convinced, so it makes me think that because of the prior stuff that's happened between these teams, this is what's going on. Presley, by the way, has come on to pitch for the Astros. So they're giving him time to warm up. For some reason, Dusty Baker is still in the dugout. He got kicked out about 10 minutes ago. So that is where we are at, and they should be back to the action pretty soon. But the bench is cleared on both sides. Presley getting his final warm-up tosses. And you can understand why the tempers would be high. These are two teams, see each other a lot, have seen each other a lot over the last several years being in the same division. They're in the same state. I'm sure they hear a lot of it back and forth on the media as well as social media. And there have been some flare-ups during the regular season. They're going back over to talk to Dusty Baker. Dusty Baker, I mean, it almost looks like he's refusing to leave the dugout. He's got his arms folded. He's cursing the umpire. Strange thing. I mean, you haven't seen this before, but what they would have to do is they would have to get security to hopefully Dusty doesn't let it come to that. But they would have to get security to escort him out if he's been kicked out of the game. He can't stay. And he is sitting there. I mean, he is sitting there, his arms folded. Looks like he refuses to leave, and this is going to get interesting if he doesn't get up and go. I mean, someone there in the Astro dugout's got to be able to talk him into. They've got to be able to. Looks like a couple of the coaches are stepping in, but somebody's got to go over and talk to him and just get him to calm down a little bit. Because so at this point, he's swinging and punching at the post right in front of there. If he goes across the line, he could get suspended for the rest of the series. So he needs to. Looks like they finally have calmed him down. Well, he's not calmed down, but he's calming down enough where he's leaving the dugout. I don't know if he didn't understand that he wasn't thrown out, but I mean, he had to have because they gave the motion. Also, before that, if you throw out the pitcher unless they didn't throw him out for hitting, if they threw him out for the extracurricular activities, then it's not an automatic ejection. But they did eject him right after it. First pitch on the way from Presley is bunted over towards third. It's going to go foul. We're back to the action. Taveras is at the plate. It's 0-1. Runner on first and second. Nobody out. Rangers lead it 4-2. Righty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swung on, grounded over towards first. Nice, nifty stab by Abreu. He goes to his wall. It turns over, fires it over to second. A perfect strike. Gets the force out there. Taveras will be safe at first on a fielder's choice. My word, that was a pretty good play by Abreu. Kind of a clumsy fall, but he turned around from his wallet, threw it right at Pena. Pretty impressive throw by Abreu when it's all said and done. First pitch on the way to Young. So you got runners on the corners, one out. Pitch on the way to Josh Young is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Young trying to just get the runner from third home to give him a 3-run lead. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball right there at the knees. It's 0-2. 95 miles an hour right there at the knees. So an 0-2 count. Runners on the corners. One down. A 2-run game. 4-2 Texas. They're at the plate. Josh Young waiting for Presley. Presley comes set and lets her go. Swung on. That ball is rifled down the first base line, but plenty foul. It's 0-2. It's going to be interesting to see if anybody gets, I don't think anyone will get suspended for game 6. They could get fined, but you never know, especially if something or, I didn't catch something on video. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So 2 down now. Presley coming literally pressed into action after the ejection on Abreu. And I guess what got Dusty fired up was that they're saying that the umpires, as the first pitch on the way to Nathan Lowe, is swung on, grounded over to first, but foul. Might have went off his foot. It's 0-1. They're saying that the umpires believe that Abreu threw at him intentionally. That's what got him fired up. But any way you look at it, at that point, the manager is automatically ejected. If they deem that a pitcher threw at a batter, by rule, they would be ejected. So when you saw Dusty Baker get tossed by I think it was the third base umpire, it realistically didn't matter at that point because he was going to be ejected. Garcia was ejected because of his actions trying to incite the fight. The 0-1 pitch, right there. Slider for a strike, it's 0-2. On the play, Taveras easily takes second. He'll probably be credited with a stolen base there because that's not really defensive indifference. You now have 2 runners in scoring position in a 2-run game. So an 0-2 count. Righty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way. Fastball looking, strike 3. So Presley comes in and immediately puts out the fire. We'll see if the Astros have some fire left in them. They trail by 2. We'll head to the top of the 9th.
Today we are discussing crazy stats from Jamie Moyer's career. Over his career, he had 33 complete games and 10 shutouts. He is the last pitcher to log a shutout in 4 different decades. His last shutout was with the Phillies on May 7, 2010. With that shutout, he became the oldest pitcher to record a complete game shutout, a record that still stands. One not-so-great record that he holds is most home runs allowed in Major League history. Over his 25-year career, he allowed 522 home runs. When he had retired in 2012, he had faced 8.9 1.9% of Major League Baseball hitters ever. By the time he retired, about 19,000 different hitters had played in the majors, and he had faced roughly 1,700 of them. He pitched in 50 different ballparks. He was selected to his first and only All-Star game in 2003 at the age of 40. He never threw much harder than 82 or 83 miles per hour, according to Fangraphs. His changeups were clocked in the mid-60s during his career. One player described his changeup as throwing feathers. You don't think the ball can stay in the air that long. When he made his debut, the major league minimum was $60,000. Alex Rodriguez made more than that every time he stepped up to the plate from 2001 to the end of his career.
Baseball suits the character of this democratic nation. Democracy is government by persuasion. That means it requires patience. That means it involves a lot of compromise. Democracy is the slow politics of the half-loaf. Baseball is the game of the long season, where small, incremental differences decide who wins and who loses particular games, series, seasons. In baseball, you know going to the ballpark that the chances are you may win, but you also may lose. There's no certainty, no given. You know when a season starts that the best team is going to get beaten a third of the time. The worst team's going to win a third of the time. The argument, over 162 games, that middle third. So it's a game.
Welcome back. We've got some tempers flaring here in Texas. You're just checking back in. Dusty Baker, Brian Abreu, and Alice Garcia have all been ejected after Abreu hit Garcia in the arm. This followed a home run by Garcia his last time up at bat. It was a 97-mile-an-hour fastball right there on the arm. And Baker was incensed. He got kicked out. We're back to the action. Leclerc comes to the mound and fires the first pitch into Diaz. It's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Travis Jankowski will come into play right field for Garcia, who was ejected, who was essentially trying to fight Maldonado at home plate. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-1. No one threw any punches, so I seriously doubt there would be any suspensions. The tempers flared. Both dugouts cleared. Bullpens came out. The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide, 2-1. Back to the actual game itself. Texas leads just by 2 runs. We're in the top of the 9th inning. Nobody out. Diaz coming in to bat for Pena. The pitch on the way, swung on, rifled into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And it's a leadoff single for the Houston Astros. Good piece of hitting by Diaz. Mike Max, the pitching coach, is coming out to talk to Leclerc. Guess he's going over strategy. They have gone to the bench once again. Maldonado was due up, but it looks like they're going for the left-hander, Singleton, John Singleton. Batted 165 in the regular season, 2 home runs. The hefty lefty represents the tying run. Righty-lefty matchup. Leclerc back to work. The pitch on the way. 96 miles an hour down below the knees. It's 1-0. Standing on deck is Altuve. Dubon in the hole. Nobody out. Leclerc comes set. The pitch on the way. Down and away. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Astros and Rangers tied up at, Astros and Rangers tied up at 2 games apiece. The score is 4-2. The 2-0, nowhere near the zone, ball 3. So Leclerc is in danger of walking the tying run with the top of the order coming to the plate for Houston. Righty-lefty matchup. Lets her go. Fastball right there at the knees on the outer edge. It's 3-1. The 3-1 pitch. Fastball right there on the edge. 97 miles an hour. It's 3-2. So a full count to Singleton. Runner on first. Nobody out. Tying run stands at home plate. Game 5. Series tied 2 apiece. Best of 7. The 3-2 pitch. Down and away. Ball 4. Singleton will head down to first. Leclerc. It's kind of odd. He was pitching around Singleton like he was a feared bat. Singleton, like we mentioned, hitting just 165 in the regular season. Would have been a double play. Would have been a double play candidate if he could have got one on the ground, but instead, Kessinger's going to come running for him. So you got speed on the base paths. Jose Altuve at the plate. 8 home runs at Globe Life Field. First pitch on the way. Altuve is up high for a strike. It's 0-1. Texas. The outfield is playing back. The infield double play will be a tough one because they are playing back. The 0-1 pitch swung on. That ball is belted deep into left field. That ball is gone. A 3-run shot, and Leclerc spit the bit. And it's 5-4 Houston. Jose Leclerc, an absolute disaster on the mound. Pitching around Singleton, the light hitting hefty lefty drew the walk, and Jose Altuve makes him pay. 5-4 your score, Leclerc. Absolutely gives it away. He's got nobody out here in the 9th. The first pitch on the way throws high and inside to Dubon. 1-0. I don't think that was intentional, but he's getting looks and groans from folks like he might have intentionally thrown at Dubon. I think Leclerc is just rattled. The 1-0 pitch. Righty-righty matchup. Swung on. That ball's lifted high and deep into left field. Going back on the track. Making the catch for a long, loud out number 1. Jose Altuve makes Leclerc and the Rangers pay. Ball just out of the reach of Evan Carter, who reached up to try to steal that home run. First pitch on the way to Bregman is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 1-1. Leclerc. It's always been Texas's biggest Achilles heel. Everybody's known it. They arguably the worst bullpen in the playoffs this year. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, rifled, foul, and out of play. It's 1-2. And you saw him dance out of danger a couple of games in Houston, but it finally came home to roost. A 2-run lead choked away by Leclerc. 1 down, a 1-2 count, pitch on the way. 96 up top, misses. 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Bregman. Standing on deck is Alvarez. The pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's lined to second base. L4 in your playbook. And there's 2 away. I mean, he just hung that one. And Mighty Mouse drilled it over the wall. Ball's been flying in this park. And in this popcorn stand, they haven't been able to keep many runs in, but that ball was hammered. First pitch on the way to Alvarez is a fastball right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Came out of his shoes on that one. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Leclerc lets her fly. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That'll end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 9th. It's 5-4. Presley going back out there to try to get a 2-inning save. We'll be back in a flash.
I'll take 1 terrible beer filled up way too high so I spill most of it, and a too long hot dog on a too short bun. And do you have mustard and relish?
Yeah, it's right there between the entrance and the exit to the bathroom.
Perfect. And can I get a bag of unsalted peanuts? You know, something I would never eat anywhere else in the world?
Sure, here you go.
Great. I can't wait to have diarrhea in the stall with no door while 20 guys wait for me to finish.
When we make what the men make and get the crowds that the men draw, then we should get paid the same. Literally, the men fund our leagues and we will still whine that we don't get paid enough. And honestly, it makes all of us look bad because instead of being thankful for the league that we have, we go out and whine and complain about the pay. I don't hear the men whining about OnlyFans models getting paid more than them. I don't hear the men whining about models getting paid more than them. Kendall Jenner is the highest paid supermodel. Where are the male supermodels? But whenever men dominate in an industry, women will just complain. Yes, let's not live in this delusion.
If it changes, I don't see why equality should be the only ambition for the women. If it turns out that in some sport women get more viewers watching and therefore draw more revenue, I'm all for them getting more money than the men.
Can you name 5 WNBA players? 5 female soccer players?
I mean, I can't name any.
Support
WNBA,
from the feminists.
I don't know.
We would get equal pay if we would just get the support from the feminists.
Well, let me tell you.
Name 5.
Let me tell you.
I don't even know what the WNBA is.
We need our support.
Armchair.
Devlin got a job as a policeman in 1880. Died of consumption just 3 years later. His early death, said a Louisville newspaper, was an instructive example of the fruits of crookedness. The National League had survived its first scandal.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you have missed a big couple of last innings. We almost had a bases clearing brawl, couple of ejections, and Jose Altuve took a hanger from Leclerc and sent it into the left field seats. And the Astros have taken a 5-4 lead. Presley will go back out there to try to slam the door. Righty-righty matchup. Garver, Heim, and Simeon due up. The first pitch on the way to Garver's down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Garver's 0 for 2 with a strikeout. The 1-0 pitch. Presley comes set. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, grounded into the hole. That's going to get down for a base hit. And it's a leadoff single for the Texas Rangers. They'll go ahead and lift Garver for the pinch runner, representing the tying run. Presley comes set. Righty-lefty matchup. Heim stands in. The first pitch, swing and a miss. Kind of a half-hearted swing. Down and in was the pitch. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Down and in. Same pitch. Curveball in the dirt. This time he held up. 2-1. Or 1-1, excuse me. So a 1-1 count. Runner on first. Nobody out. Houston leads it 5-4, bottom of the ninth. Series tied 2 apiece. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hammered off the glove of Altuve. That's going to get down for a base hit. Runner at first had to hold up, so you got runners on first and second. Nobody out. Bottom of the ninth. Hard hit ball. Altuve dove for it. It just went under his glove. Might have gotten a piece of it. Yeah, just got a... I mean, the smallest part of that ball hit the outer edge of his glove to slow it down. But because it was so close, the runner at first had to hold up to make sure he wasn't going to get doubled off. So Grossman will now come in and pinch run for Heim. That'll bring Marcus Semien to the plate. First pitch on the way to Semien is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Runner on first, runner on second. Nobody out. Astros are in double play depth. Presley comes set, looks back to runner at second. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 pitch. Swung on. That ball is leaping catch by Pena. He'll make the catch. Runners getting back to first and second, making sure they don't get double up. I'm sorry, that's Kessinger. Kessinger made the catch. He is in for Pena. My apologies. First pitch on the way to Seager is down and in for a... Did he go around? Checking down the line. They called it a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball's lifted high and deep into center field, drifting back, making the catch on the warning track for a long, loud out number 2 is Dubon. So Presley 1 out away from getting out of this jam. Texas a single away from tying it up and sending it to extras. They're one mighty swing away from either sending it over the wall and winning it or putting it into the gap and winning it. with speed on the base paths. And it all comes down to this. Presley is going to get a visit from Miller, the pitching coach, and the entire infield will come in and talk to him. You've got Evan Carter standing at the plate, but remember, Garcia, who got kicked out, would have been due up next. And that might be the conversation they're having right now is, do you pitch to do you pitch to Carter, or do you go around him? Because Jankowski is the man on deck, light hitting outfielder. First pitch on the way to Carter is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. And I think that might be the game plan because that pitch definitely looked like they're just trying to get him to nibble. The 1-0 to Carter. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Right there at the knees. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Runners on first and second. Nobody, 2 out, excuse me. Pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is hit off the instep, foul, and it's 1-2. So the Rangers are down to their final strike. Tying run at second. The winning run is at first. Anything into the gap would win this game. Righty-lefty matchup. Presley comes set his 23rd pitch of the evening as Carter comes out of his timeout on a 1-2 count. 5-4 your score. 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th inning. The rookie facing the veteran, the pitch on the way. High and out of the zone. Try to get him to chase 95 off the edge up top. It's 2-2. Deuces wild. 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 count. Series tied at 2-2. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He pulled the string on him and got him. And that'll end the inning. That'll end the game. And the Houston Astros outlast the Texas Rangers 5-4, your final score. Unbelievable ball game. Unbelievable series. Game 6, Sunday night in Houston. Astros will go for the knockout punch. It ought to be a good one. We'll see you 8 o'clock Sunday night. Have a great one, y'all. Astros win 5-4. Game ball goes to Altuve for his 3-run home run in the 9th inning.